sword-swinging tactical adventure. Meet the Floppy Knights, tangible projections summoned from floppy disks. Earn cash and perhaps save the world by Rose City Games. The ocean depths are full of mythical monsters and treasure. Experience an adventure survival game with a world-scale ocean sim like you've never seen before in Breakwaters by Soaring Pixel Games. Gather your friends and rain fire on your foes in the Dragon vs. Dragon MOBA Tournament of Tamers by Bug Gaming. Choose from 10 unique dragons and take to the skies in flying combat that will take your breath away. Welcome to Republic of Jungle by Gerdu Games, the greatest nation on Earth and the land of the truly free, where all animals are equal and nobody preys on anybody. The truth is under attack by all sides, and your judgment will decide the fate of the country. Looking for a low-stress community sim with magical girls, cat cafes, pastries, and most importantly, cats? In Calico by Cat Bean Games, journey to a magical village, make fantastical friends, and pet all of the cuddly creatures. Agatha has returned home, only to find her mentor petrified and the once vibrant wood she loves bereft of color. Step into the worn-down boots of a veteran adventurer and restore color to her home in the Fated Grove by AIE Seattle Seniors. What do you get when you bring a microprocessor to a night fight? A deck-building, sword-swinging tactical adventure. Meet the Floppy Knights, tangible projections summoned from floppy disks. Earn cash and perhaps save the world by Rose City Games. The ocean depths are full of mythical monsters and treasure. Experience an adventure survival game with a world-scale ocean sim like you've never seen before in Breakwaters by Soaring Pixel Games. Gather your friends and rain fire on your foes in the Dragon vs. Dragon MOBA Tournament of Tamers by Bug Gaming. Choose from 10 unique dragons and take to the skies in flying combat that will take your breath away. Welcome to Republic of Jungle by Gerdu Games, the greatest nation on Earth and the land of the truly free, where all animals are equal and nobody preys on anybody. The truth is under attack by all sides, and your judgment will decide the fate of the country. Looking for a low-stress community sim with magical girls, cat cafes, pastries, and most importantly, cats? In Calico by Cat Bean Games, journey to a magical village, make fantastical friends, and pet all of the cuddly creatures. Agatha has returned home, only to find her mentor petrified and the once vibrant wood she loves bereft of color. Step into the worn-down boots of a veteran adventurer and restore color to her home in the Fated Grove by AIE Seattle Seniors. What do you get when you bring a microprocessor to a night fight? A deck-building, sword-swinging tactical adventure. Meet the Floppy Knights, tangible projections summoned from floppy disks. Earn cash and perhaps save the world by Rose City Games. The ocean depths are full of mythical monsters and treasure. Experience an adventure survival game with a world-scale ocean sim like you've never seen before in Breakwaters by Soaring Pixel Games. Gather your friends and rain fire on your foes in the Dragon vs. Dragon MOBA Tournament of Tamers by Bug Gaming. Choose from 10 unique dragons and take to the skies in flying combat that will take your breath away. Welcome to Republic of Jungle by Gerdu Games, the greatest nation on Earth and the land of the truly free, where all animals are equal and nobody preys on anybody. The truth is under attack by all sides, and your judgment will decide the fate of the country. Looking for a low-stress community sim with magical girls, cat cafes, pastries, and most importantly, cats? In Calico by Cat Bean Games, journey to a magical village, make fantastical friends, and pet all of the cuddly creatures. Agatha has returned home, only to find her mentor petrified, and the once vibrant wood she loves bereft of color. Step into the worn-down boots of a veteran adventurer and restore color to her home in the Faded Grove by AIE Seattle Seniors. What do you get when you bring a microprocessor to a night fight? A deck-building, sword-swinging tactical adventure. Meet the Floppy Knights. Tangible projections summoned from floppy disks. Earn cash and perhaps save the world by Rose City Games. The ocean depths are full of mythical monsters and treasure. Experience an adventure survival game with a world-scale ocean sim like you've never seen before in Breakwaters by Soaring Pixel Games. Gather your friends and rain fire on your foes in the Dragon vs. Dragon MOBA Tournament of Tamers by Bug Gaming. Choose from 10 unique dragons and take to the skies in flying combat that will take your breath away. Welcome to Republic of Jungle by Gerdu Games, the greatest nation on Earth and the land of the truly free, where all animals are equal and nobody preys on anybody. The truth is under attack by all sides, and your judgment will decide the fate of the country. Looking for a low-stress community sim with magical girls, cat cafes, pastries, and most importantly, cats? In Calico by Cat Bean Games, journey to a magical village, make fantastical friends, and pet all of the cuddly creatures. Agatha has returned home, only to find her mentor petrified, and the once vibrant wood she loves bereft of color. Step into the worn-down boots of a veteran adventurer and restore color to her home in the Faded Grove by AIE Seattle Seniors. What do you...
Hello and welcome, everyone. Happy Saturday. It is great to have you joining us for a very special Seattle Indies Expo. My name is Negaoryx. I'm going to be one of your lovely co-hosts today. But of course, I cannot do it alone. I am joined by many other wonderful hosts and friends. So why don't we introduce the team, starting with you, Steph?
Hi guys, I'm Stephazoid. I'm here as one of the co-hosts here with Nega. I hope you guys are having a great time and welcome to day 4 of 6 Online.
And Sarah, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Sarah. I am a board member of the Seattle Indies, one of the organizers for 6. In my day life, I'm also a game artist and tech artist at an indie studio called Spry Fox.
Awesome. And Tim, how about you?
Yeah, I'm the board president for Seattle Indies, also one of the organizers for 6. In my normal life, I work at Oculus. But I'm super excited. I can't believe it's already the final day of 6 Online, but there's some great games to look forward to.
I know. I was going to say, it feels like it's gone by so fast. So thank you so much to everyone involved in bringing 6 Online. I know, 2020 has thrown a lot of curveballs all of our ways. And I'm so grateful that we were able to still bring this event together, bring the community together, and showcase some really awesome games for y'all today. So we do have a lot of great content in store. I do want to take a second to shout out the Discord for anyone watching who might not be aware. There's lots to do participation-wise on Twitch chats and if you are in the Discord for Seattle Indies. So go ahead and check that out because we do have some fun interactive portions later, such as our Q&A session. You will be able to ask questions here in the Twitch chat. But I don't know about y'all. I like making friends in Twitch chat and getting to know them better and getting to know the community better in the Discord as well. So make sure y'all check that out. And I don't want to keep us for too long before we dive into this amazing roster today. I know we have so many wonderful games to look forward to. We're going to be talking about Floppy Knights, which I'm super excited for. It looks so cute. Breakwaters, Tournament of Tamers, Republic of Jungle, Calico, and the Faded Grove are all of the amazing games we have in store for you today. So definitely stick around. We have a wonderful day planned for y'all. And I don't know about the rest of the team, but I can't wait. Some of these games are ones that I've been looking forward to for ages.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a really solid lineup today, and we're all just excited to be here. If anybody is joining us from outside of the Seattle area, we're Seattle Indies is a nonprofit that focuses on building community and hosting events for independent game developers in the Seattle area. We focus on accessibility for everybody who decides to take up game development as a hobby or a profession. So welcome, and we hope you are looking forward to seeing all the awesome games that people in this area have created today.
So I would love to ask, especially, I am someone who is not located in Seattle, so I'm very grateful to get to participate due to the online nature of today's event. But for those who might be in the Seattle area, if they want to stay up to date with the wonderful work that y'all are doing, where's the best place for them to go to do so?
The Discord is pretty active, and that's a good place to find it. We post all of our events on our meetup page. We have a Facebook group. Everything gets posted to Twitter. So basically anywhere on social media under Seattle Indies, you can find us. So yeah, that's the best place to find it.
Yeah,
Awesome.
and we're still, we still have events going on. We've got online game jams. We have online socials. Our indie support group happens every Saturday. They've moved on online as well. So, if you're working on a project and you need some help, you need feedback, you need people to talk to and encourage you in your project, they're there every week. So we still have a lot of stuff going on, even though stuff is online, and the community is still active if you're looking for support or just some people to socialize with and talk about games with.
I think that's so important. 2020 notwithstanding, having a support team and a support system in place for something, especially with indie games, when so often you have a small group or even sometimes just single game devs that are working alone, to have a community to turn to for guidance and for support. And my gosh, sometimes you just need a cheerleader to help get you over the edge when you're getting toward the end of a project, and I love that y'all do that, because I think it's so important, in general, but especially in 2020, more than ever. I think we need ways to connect with our peers. So I love the work y'all do. I'm so excited to be here today. And I hope everyone in chat is just as excited to be joining us.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we're excited to have you too. Thank you for hosting.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, heck yeah, of course. I know I am super, super excited because the first game up that we are going to be checking out is Floppy Knights. And I know, oh my gosh, if there's one thing that steals my heart and grabs my attention when I see a trailer for a game, it's the kind of color palette and enthusiasm and brightness that this game really shows off. So I'm so excited for this one and to see more from it. I believe we do have a trailer for that for all of you who may have missed it earlier. So why don't we dive into that and check out the trailer for Floppy Knights? my gosh, I cannot get over how cute this game looks.
Same. The soundtrack is absolutely fantastic, and I've noticed that a lot of people in chat really enjoy that as well.
I was going to say the soundtrack feels very reminiscent of music done by Anamanaguchi, the like chiptune band that did the music for Scott Pilgrim, which I just love. So before we go too deep down the rabbit hole of, you know, waxing poetic about everything we adore about this game, I do want to take a second for anyone who is watching who might not be aware. The team behind the game Floppy Knights was actually dislocated due to the Oregon fires, so Sarah will be standing in for them today as a result for this segment. So if we could get just some love in the chat for the team who is unable to be here today. They've made a beautiful game. We're definitely going to do our best to showcase it without them, but they're definitely in our thoughts, and we're hoping that they're staying safe and well to the best of their ability during a really, really, really difficult time. So all the love their way. And thank you so much to them for still, you know, having a presence here today. I'm glad we get to check out the game. So I can't get over how gorgeous it is. I know we talked about the music already and kind of briefly touched upon that, but can we just take a second to admire the character design, the color palette? Like, this is such a beautiful game to look at.
Yeah, I want to take a second and call out Marlo Daub as well, who is the creator of the game. They previously made Dicey Dungeons, and they concepted this game with Rose City, which is a game studio and publisher in Oregon. And they have found a lot of their game designs through game jams. They made The World Next Door and Cat Lady also through their concept jams. So this studio is amazing, and Marlo's work is incredible. They're the genius behind everything we love about this game. So I'm a poor replacement for them on the stream, but I'm here to gush about it regardless.
I had no idea that any of it came from a game jam, which is always so cool to hear. I love, one of my favorite things with indie games is hearing that initial like seed and kernel of how the ball gets rolling. And my gosh, this is just something that I feel like I would lose so many hours to in the blink of an eye. You'd boot up this game and 4 hours would go by without you realizing it, you know? So I would love to hear a little bit, I mean, Sarah, about the gameplay and you know, thoughts on the game.
Yeah. So it is turn-based tactics meets card game sensibilities, which is a really cool combination. And it's two really familiar genres, but mashed together in a really new and fresh way. So they have a little like marketing line here. It says, "Lead your knights to victory across a turn-based tactics battlefield using decks of cards you've crafted with care." And that's sort of a cool mix. And we also like the mix of the like different gameplay is really unique, and also the mix of like the audio and the art is really unique. Like it's a lot of combinations of designs that you don't see a lot.
Yeah, I really love, one of the things that I think is so unique about this is oftentimes when we see stuff that has elements of magic or high fantasy in it, it tends to lean very much into the like full-on high fantasy elements. And this is magic mixed with retro tech. So, you know, for our viewers who may have caught the trailer a few minutes ago, you'll notice that they had a floppy disk that they were triumphantly holding up at the start, which I'm so excited to see how many young folk don't know what that is and ask why they're holding up a save icon from Microsoft Word. I love it. I love the mix. Even that like I'm not sure what to describe that little computer part of a cybernetic arm that she has on her shoulder, but even that tech looks a little retro too, you know? That blend of magic with retro tech is so unique, and it's somehow nostalgic while feeling fresh and new, and I love that.
100%. I think for me, one of the big things about this is a lot of times when you find like deck building games or high fantasy games, they're based more towards an older target demographic. And this game just seems like a great way to introduce kids to deck building games, and that blows my mind. It's so exciting to me because I have nieces and nephews that I would love to do more deck building games with and introduce them to things like that.
It definitely reads as accessible to a lot of people. Like even the retro tech is something that older audiences are going to kind of get the joke about and relate to, but it's also like really fresh and new, and like you said, something that younger audiences I think would enjoy too.
And I think that's a really great point about how often, you know, indie titles like this can be a really great entry point to different genres of games or different types of gameplay that especially kids who are growing up and kind of expanding their palette, so to speak, of what kind of games they play. It's great to have an introductory game that blends elements so it's not throwing them into the deep end of just like, this is a deck builder and nothing else, and if you don't pick up the deck building quickly, you won't enjoy it. Like, this seems like it has enough elements where younger people who may not be as confident with trying a deck builder for the first time, there's a lot to enjoy to kind of ease you into it while still showing you the ropes and teaching you, which personally, as somebody who grew up very, very anxious about trying new types of games, like I avoided games that looked like they had new elements of gameplay because I was scared that I would be bad at it, you know? Having something like this that seems approachable, I think makes it friendlier and easier to get into something new for the first time. And then, of course, if deck building is your jam and, you know, you've been around for a while playing these kinds of games, then you can get into the nitty-gritty of it and really min-max your builds that you're doing with your decks, you know?
Yeah, I think that's definitely something that stands out about this game, is it's like, it's easy to understand, it's really like quick to learn and get into, but then like once you're playing it, you're like, there's a lot of depth to the gameplay, and like you can't put it down kind of game.
Which I love. I love a game that on the surface, especially, I feel like we see this a lot with deck builders. On the surface, it's like you could pick it up and just do a round or two really quickly. But like, come on, chat. Come on. Show of hands. Who actually picks up a game, says they're just going to do one match, and then 10 matches later, you're saying, just one more. I'm just going to go until I win one. Just until I win. And then it's 10 matches later. You know what I mean? Unless that's just me because I'm not good at them. But I'm sure someone in chat will back me up. I love a game that has the promise of being able to play it in quick bursts, but it's fun enough that you end up not wanting to. You end up wanting to commit more time to it and actually sit down and, you know, invest a couple hours of your Saturday with it, you know?
I agree. I think that this game definitely presents that too, because a lot of, I notice especially with a lot of deck building games, it can get repetitive, it can get old, unless you're really into that genre. However, like this game it provides so much stimulus for you to want to continue playing and want to continue to grow with it and do more things. And I think that's a really cool aspect that this thing presents to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'd want to keep playing just for that like little dancing flower pot on its own.
Oh, 100%.
And that's the thing that I love, you know, something that they noted as well is that the characters that you're going to be having these combat rounds against are gutsy goblins, sassy succulents. Like, it's not run-of-the-mill stock characters. There's so much world building going on here. And so much beautiful, like, clearly a lot of love and care was put into these character designs. They read so well. They're so expressive. I'm gonna gush about the color palette of this game until the very last second that we're talking about it, because I don't know who did it. Props to their art director, I guess, because it's just gorgeous to look at. They're so expressive.
Fantastic.
And it adds an element of whimsy and fun, you know? One of my favorite things with games like these, which, you know, we briefly touched on earlier, but when a game can balance being enjoyably challenging for experienced players while being welcoming for new players, I think that's a really tough, like, tightrope to walk. And this game looks like it can do that really well, you know? If you know what you're doing with deck building, I think you'll fit right at home here. But for someone like me, who's easily intimidated trying something new, This feels approachable, and I love that the characters have so much personality. Like, you can see that in those little cuts that we're getting where we're seeing them close up. They have dialogue together. I love, they described it as taking the best elements from tactics, strategy, and card games. And I think you're getting the best of both worlds there, you know?
You definitely are. It's a fantastic game. And just like you, the color palette is just one of the best color palettes I've seen across new games anywhere in a very long time. It's great.
And shout out to Mac and Cheese also, who's playing off screen. Yeah, they're doing really well.
Thanks, Mac. You're crushing it. Look at that. That was a win. And see, I would just like to say for anyone watching, you know that a game really has our attention when it comes time for us to talk about it, and instead all three of us go silent because we just want to watch the gameplay. You know what I mean?
I'm reading the text. I know. I'm like,
yeah, we're like, well, what's Phoebe gonna say? I don't know. The farmer? What's happen?
Next?
Like,
I want to know everything about Phoebe.
Right? And also Farmer, like, hello, look at this character design. These are all so different from one another and so unique, so expressive. The art style is gorgeous. There's something about it that's almost like paper crafty to me. You know, it almost looks like they've been cut out of really beautiful construction paper. And I love that, like, just borderline homemade feel to the, it's almost like they're textured nicely to feel like paper, which I think is just a really subtle little touch that makes them pop. But for me, it's
like Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. I have 3 cats and so much cat fur on my face. I will just continue to pick that off while you talk.
I was gonna say, it's like, it really feels handcrafted and like illustrated, and every character, like, there's so much attention that goes into the character design and the colors, and like they all have such different shapes, like the big boxy shoulder on Phoebe with like the retro tech. They're just really interesting. Like, I feel like they're characters that are so unique to this game and like such a unique art style. It feels like something I've never seen before.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to take it.
Honestly, go ahead.
Oh no, you're fine. Continue.
I think that like the character design is just fantastic. It's such a good twist on a very nostalgic feeling that we're getting from this. Like the elves, that's what I'm gathering is an elf, is Farmer. The little goblins, everything is just so reminiscent of characters we've seen before in such a new style, and it's a fantastic display for new and old gamers alike, and I love it.
Heck yeah,
I would love to see
absolutely.
cosplay of Phoebe in the future with like someone to work out these awesome glasses that she has and the robot arm.
Oh my gosh, yes. There's so much possibility when it comes to cosplay for this, which I love. That's the first thing my brain goes to when I see character design that I like. I do want to note something, because I think we were all picking up on something that it turns out there's actually a reason for. So we have some little notes here on the history of the game. And it says here actually that in fall of 2019, the team created a paper prototype of the game. So they were able to take it to feedback nights with the local indie gaming community and start getting feedback on the gameplay. And I think that very much, like, the roots of it having had a literal paper prototype very much show in this design. And I love that all of us were kind of talking about that in regards to the art style having a slight, like, papery feel to it and a handcrafted, homemade feel. It's really interesting to hear that is quite literally reflected in the roots and the history of this game.
I think that's also like something that I've seen before, especially for like card-based games and like testing out the different mechanics of the cards and like a paper prototype. So it's interesting to hear about like where the game was concepted from and how that turned into what it is now.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's always beautiful seeing process reflected in end result, you know? Especially with a game like this where by the time you pick it up, by the time it's in the hands of the player, it's been through so many trials of play tests, you know, over the years, literally, for some games. And what you're seeing is really that end product labor of love, which absolutely 100% shows in this gameplay that we're getting to see right now, which I love. Like, I love seeing Mac scroll over all the different cards because, you know, there's some serious strategy going on here. Like, we don't obviously have Mac on voice, so I apologize if I'm speaking on your behalf. But I love that you can literally see the thought process of like, do I want this one? Do I want that? No, I'm gonna play this one now. I'm gonna go with that one. Like, there's so many different approaches you could be taking. And even if you're someone like me who is not very good at these games, the thing that makes it better for me and that prevents me from being frustrated is enjoyable environment and music. I don't know if anyone else is this way, but if I'm in a game that I'm not good at and I'm stuck for a while, the one thing that keeps me enjoying the process of learning is having nice music to listen to as I do the same battles over and over, because I'm not good at them, you know?
No, I'm definitely with you on that. It's great that you talk about Mac and Cheese actually like trying to have a thought process behind this, because I was talking to her before we got on to stream about how she was practicing the game because she wanted to be at least somewhat good at it for this stream. But she was saying it's so much like Slay the Spire, and somebody mentioned it in chat too, that it's like Slay the Spire, and she's like, I love that game. So like there's a reason why there's this thought process that's already there, and then like it's just fantastic to watch the thought process because it's something that I feel you're gonna see no matter what.
Which
Slay the Spire was also Slay the Spire was also a Seattle Indies Expo game in 2017.
Oh wow! I didn't know that.
That
That's
is
so
kind of
cool.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
comes full circle. I was gonna say, you know, if anyone watching also is a streamer or, you know, a viewer of a Twitch streamer who likes these kind of games, I could see this having great potential for streaming as well. There's so many phenomenal Slay the Spire streams out there where you can really learn the game from people who are great at playing it and great at showcasing it. And these kinds of games can be so good for streaming like educational content of teaching people your process and teaching them how you get better at games like these, you know? Which I'm totally not saying that because I want someone to stream this so I can learn how to play it because I'm not good at it. But, you know, maybe if you're good at it, stream it and drop me your link so I can learn. It's so selfish. I just want to learn.
Well, you at least know that Mac and Cheese can show you the ropes on some solid deck building games here.
That's true. I was going to say, I'm going to have to hit Mac up after today's event for those sweet deck building skills, because this is like watching literal magic to me. The second I see multiple cards, my panic mode sets in, because my brain goes 5 steps ahead and worries that I choose the wrong one every time, and my anxiety brain just kicks in. But having a game that can kind of give you a solid entry point to that without stressing you out too much kind of goes back to what I was saying about the music actually helping me learn better. If it doesn't feel stressful, if it's high stakes but still fun, that's what makes learning enjoyable to me personally.
I think this game would be really fun to play with other people too, like being on a stream and like talking through the strategy of like what cards you want to keep or what you want to play, or like if you're streaming it, like talking with people in the chat about like what your strategy is.
I will say too, something that I really enjoy, and I wish we had more time to look at this game today because I would love to see how the retro tech comes into play in other aspects of the game. But I love, even here with what we're seeing with the UI, the fact that there's the little trash can icon that things get moved to once they've been played and they're out of your hand. I love that it's so reminiscent of like old school Windows, you know, your little trash can icon that you'd have. And it takes me back to the days of using floppy disks. Even just in that UI, it feels a little like an old school PC, you know?
Definitely. Along with the little folder icon off to the left there too. There's just so much that they've implemented in this game that is honestly fantastic for my little brain to just wrap around and just take me back to being a kid. And I love that feeling. Like, that's great. It's a great way to get me to want to even play the game for a longer period of time or more. And I'm sure it does the same for a number of other people.
Honestly,
Yeah, the game is
oh, please go ahead.
The game is really, really polished too. Like, I think they said the early concept of this game happened about like 2 years ago, but they sat on the concept for a while, developed 2 other games in the meantime, and then came back to this one after like the paper prototyping and getting feedback. So this game really hasn't been in development for that long, considering it was only 2 years ago when the concept came out, and games take so long to make, and it's so polished. And all the animations and all of like the music and feedback all feels really good. So I think that's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what an incredible accomplishment for the team. Like you're saying, in such a short period of time with so much going on as well. This feels like a project with a larger scope and a larger amount of time put into it. Honestly, it's incredibly impressive. And my only complaint today is that we don't get to see more of this, you know, because I would love, we joked about it earlier, but like, it's even hard to talk over it now because I just want to be reading these captions and keeping up with the story and seeing where it's going next. And I love, oh my gosh, like the fact that it looks like her communicator that she has on her wrist is where she's selecting to go for these battles, if I'm not mistaken. I love, oh my gosh, it's so creative. It's such a unique blending of the retro tech with the actual gameplay itself. And I just want to play this for a million years already. And I haven't even gotten the chance to play it at all. So
yeah, hopefully someone in the one of our chat mods can drop the links to this game so people can wishlist it or see where it's coming out and what the plan for it is. So we'll drop that a little later on too, but someone can pop that in there.
Yes, absolutely.
Definitely.
I was going to say, wishlisting games on Steam always goes a long way, both for supporting the devs and also so you don't forget. I don't know if anyone else uses wishlisting that way. For me, there are so many great games coming out that if I leave it up to my brain to remember which ones I want to get, I will space out. A wish list is like pinning it, you know, on a little cork board, and then you don't have to worry about your brain having to do all the hard work and heavy lifting. If anyone has a bad memory like me, you'll know wish lists on Steam are your best buddy. And definitely, I know we'll shout this out again before we wrap up this segment, but I do want to say now, especially because the devs aren't able to be present today, definitely check out @Floppy Knights on Twitter so you can stay in touch with them, keep up to date with their development. This game looks so beautiful already. I personally can't wait to dive into it. And I want to check out their updates because looking at this, I can't imagine what else they have to update. This just looks freaking gorgeous.
Yeah, I'll give a last shout out to Marlo Dobb, who made the game, and Rose City Games, and they're being published by those awesome guys. So I'm sure there's information on all of those places where you can find out more about the game.
Yes.
Perfect. Somebody also mentioned in Twitch chat here is that you should definitely wishlist Floppy Knights on Steam because they often make the demo available. And like, why would you not play the demo to this glorious game, guys? Like, just look at it, listen to it. It's wonderful.
That is a really good point. I didn't even think about that. Demos are where it's at, especially for, you know, games that you already know you want to get is one thing. But if you want to share the love with friends that you think would enjoy games and might need a little extra nudge, I find demos are a great way to do that. When you're trying to, tell all your friends how great something's going to be, it's much easier to just send them a demo than try to put something like this into words, you know? So good point about that. Wish listing is good for many, many reasons.
It's like when you find a game you really love and you're trying to get all your friends interested in the things you're hooked on. You've got to be able to send them a little nugget to be like, here, you got to look at this game. It's really good, I swear.
Oh my gosh, that's me with every new game I find. Every single new game, I'm like, I can't do it justice talking about it. So here you go. Here's a clip from a stream. Here's the trailer. Here's, clips of footage. Much easier than me trying to word vomit to do it justice. Also, I really want to know what's in that bouncing bag with, is that a carrot on it? I really want to know what that is. Is anyone else?
Mac, you have only a couple minutes, Mac. You can do it. Go get
a carrot. It definitely does.
Get the carrot bag. I'm so excited. I'm so loot-minded in games. Like when I play, oh my gosh, when I played Skyrim, every 30 seconds it would be like, you are over encumbered. Because if I see something I can grab, I take it. And I never use any of it. I just have sticky fingers and I want to collect all the loot everywhere, all the time. And my brain for the past 20 minutes has been like, what is that carrot? What is the carrot? Get the carrot. Can we get the carrot?
It's bouncing.
It's bouncing.
This is going to be the
moving.
This is the worst cliffhanger. If Mac can't get this carrot bag, it's just going to be like, play the game because you need to find out what's in the carrot bag.
Oh my gosh, I need to know.
It's
Y'all,
a quick
we
way
need
to get
like
people
some...
to want to play the game.
Right? We need some luck emotes in chat, like if anyone has like a fingers crossed or a you got this kind of thing, because we're like down to the wire here for Mac to finish this round in time to collect the carrot loot. I also, to be fair, eyesight is very terrible. It could be any number of things that are not carrots. I could be completely wrong. It could be gold bars or something. So if you're in chat and you have a better view of the mysterious carrot bag, let me know, because its secrets elude me.
I definitely blew up my screen so that I could see if it was a carrot. It does 100% look like a carrot. I needed to know it too. I was like, what is this? It's a carrot.
What would the carrot be? Like, because now my brain is trying to process like story-driven reasons for why they would be carrying carrots or why carrots would be special loot you would want to collect. Like, is there an element that's introduced in the game that you need carrots for? I just want to know.
Mac is trying so hard. We have so many move cards now. It's like, if we can't make it now, we never will.
Mac, you are an angel, and all of chat is rooting for you. I'm seeing so many beautiful, thank you chat for these luck emotes, these bless emotes, all those win emotes. Chat is cheering you on, Mac. The whole world is cheering you on. But I will say, it gives you more reason to check out the game if we don't get to the carrot bag today. You know? If y'all want to solve that mystery, I guess you're just going to have to wishlist the game and stay up to date with its development. Look how that worked out. Oh my gosh, I feel like all segment long we've been seeing such like, you know, thoughtful placements of these cards, kind of looking over options and stuff. And I don't know if Mac is getting better at like order of operations and knowing what's going to work best, or if Mac just wants to get to these carrots as much as we do, because I am seeing rapid fire clicking. This is like boop, boop, boop.
No, 100%.
Right?
She is on a roll right now, trying to get it to that carrot bag.
There's a Mac on a mission. I will say, I like that some of these cards, it's a blending of movement-based stuff. It's not just like you and your opponent are across a room from each other, you know, dealing out cards. It is based moving around the map as well, which I think is a really unique twist there.
So we got the victory, but I still don't know what's in this carrot bag, guys.
Did we do it? We're trying to figure out where the headquarters are. We'll never know. We'll never know.
You have to play the game.
Oh my gosh, y'all. We are at time now, so unfortunately, we have to wonder forever what would have been in the carrot bag. Let us know with your best guesses in chat. What do you think was in the carrots bag? Don't just say carrots. You will make me sad.
Big shout out
Wrong
to Max
answers
for
only.
trying to fly through that for us and playing this
Oh,
game
yeah.
as wonderfully as she did.
Mac, thank you so much for displaying such beautiful and skilled gameplay of a game that honestly I can't wait to check out. If y'all missed it at the start, this is Floppy Knights. The game is available to be wishlisted now on Steam, so check out the Steam page so you can add that to your wishlist and follow along with the development of this game and the team at Floppy Knights on Twitter. As we mentioned previously, unfortunately, the team has been dislocated due to the Oregon fires, so send a lot of good vibes and love their way. I hope they're doing all right and staying safe as best they can. Thank you so much. I know they're not here, but I'm going to thank them anyway. Thank you so much for letting us show off your game today. This was such a pleasure to get to check it out. I wish we had all the time in the world to just play this all day long. But I think we actually have our next game to roll a trailer for. Are y'all excited?
I know I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
We're gonna be checking out Breakwaters next. So stick around and let's check out the trailer for Breakwaters. My
And
goodness,
welcome
that
back.
oh my goodness, that just looks so beautiful, doesn't it?
It really does.
Thank
It really
you.
does.
It does.
Well, welcome back, everyone. That was the trailer for Breakwaters, which we are now going to be checking out, and we are joined by the creative director, Philip. Philip, welcome on in. How are you doing?
Hi. Doing great. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for being here. I cannot get over how beautiful that trailer was. Oh
Yes.
my goodness.
Yeah, so
Well,
tell us a little
thank
bit
you.
about the game and your inspiration.
Breakwaters was a game that I started working on about a year ago, July last year. And the original idea was about finding a way to make a game where the tides would matter. They would expose resources below the waterline as they came in and out. And it kind of just evolved from there, figuring out what's working for the game, what do I need to put in. And along the way, I switched over to the Water You See, which is a huge ocean simulation. And it provided a lot of new ways that I could interact with water. So I just kind of rolled with it and started making Breakwaters.
I have to say, as someone who basically like grew up living in the ocean, I'm from LA. I always, I took the bus down to the beach every weekend, especially in quarantine, not being able to enjoy that hobby anymore. This just feels like, it almost even felt like catharsis just to watch the trailer. Like it's the physics on the water are so beautifully done, and it mimics like the energy of the ocean so well that even just
Yes.
watching it, not as the player, I feel like I'm in the actual ocean on the shoreline right now. So beautiful job there. Personally, I can't wait to live vicariously through my little guy and pretend like I'm swimming in the ocean again.
I've always
that
had a
too,
soft
and-
spot for... Go ahead.
No. I was just gonna echo what Nega said by saying I definitely felt that too. With you just feel the movement of the water; it feels so fluid. How did you do that? Water, I feel like is really difficult for games. How did you make it move and really feel real?
Well, the way the water is moving right now is it's interacting with everything in the world. So it actually sees all the rocks and the sand, and if you build a wall, it sees that, and it's simulating its interaction off of that. So normally, water is done with a shader, and a lot of games just make very beautiful, amazing water, but it doesn't interact with everything. And so I kind of went the other route. I was not worried about the visuals, although it's turning out very, I'm very pleased with where it's getting. I was more worried about the interaction this time. So I went with that technique instead.
Very cool.
Interesting. I mean, for somebody who states they didn't care so much about the visuals, this is honestly a visually stunning game to even witness at all. Just
Yes.
watching the characters swim, the interactions with the water in general, it is honestly a visually appealing game, and it's wonderfully done.
Fishies.
I have to ask, was that a treasure chest we just saw you swim by under the water?
Yes. So right now I'm looking for
Whoa!
some sea anemone.
Oh my god! Okay, for someone who totally plays every video game I get my hands on as a little loot goblin, this is a dream come true. Oh my gosh, that is so cool.
Yeah,
It's the
wow.
instantaneous. You're telling me there's treasure?
You can see like my eyes got 10 times bigger. Treasure? What? So I'm kind of curious. I would love to ask. One of the things that I found most striking in the trailer and also in watching your gameplay now is I'm noticing you're throwing the bottle and it's affecting, the flow of water and the water physics. I know you threw something here and it pushed things back. And in the trailer, we saw the opposite. We saw the character on land throwing a bottle that then water kind of gushed out of a cart, I think it was. Can you talk a little bit about that mechanic and what we're seeing?
Yeah, so in the Breakwaters world, there are minerals that have solidified, so there's crystals all over. The different crystals are different colors, and so right now I'm harvesting some yellow ones, I think, over here, yeah. you can see some blue sparkles in the water. Those are blue crystals, which are deeper in the ocean. And all the different crystals that for each color, it does something different. So the yellow ones will push water away, which you can see happening around the yellow crystals. And the blue ones will pull water together. It'll condense it out of the air. So you have different mechanics in the world to go and either push the water away to find resources or enter a dungeon or fight some monsters, or pull the water together to put out a fire, or like this vat over here, you can fill it with water. So the mechanics revolve around which crystals you have.
Oh my gosh, my brain right now. I don't know if anyone is catching how far down to the floor my jaw just dropped. My brain literally can't comprehend how cool this is. The one thing I want to ask before I get too carried away just talking about how excited I am for this. You mentioned dungeons and fighting monsters. So what kind of enemies can we expect in this game?
So the world is full of kind of three different types of things. There's the friendly and the passive, so humans and animals, things that you might collect. So you can, for example, pick the fish up if they fall out of the water, carry them, and then put them back into water, and they'll swim around. There's some friendly fantasy creatures out there too. The other one is golems, and golems are the smaller creatures, which you saw me fight a second ago. Sorry, I'm running around looking for a glass bottle on the ground. And then the third type is titans. Titans are massive creatures that roam the oceans and kind of create a lot of trouble for you. They're leftover relics from a previous civilization, and yeah, they're not really anybody's friend.
We did see that in the trailer as well, that the Titans kind of attack at you. Do we have multiple different types of Titans that do different things? Do they attack differently? Can you tell us a little bit more about them?
Yes, so you're exactly right, that there are multiple types of Titans. I'll try and make sure we can see one later, but there's each Titan type will have a different shape in the world, a little bit like Shadow of the Colossus monsters. Each look a bit different. There's a bottle. Okay. And they have different interactions on the world. So the big, tall walking Titan that you saw in the video is going to create a lot of waves and destruction in that way. It also has a really big beam weapon. And then there's a Serpent Titan, which I haven't shown yet, and that's going to be another month or two before we show it. The Serpent Titan tends to swim underwater and create a lot of whirlpools and other things. So each Titan that we release will have a different gameplay interaction, different mechanic.
That is so freaking cool. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Literally every time you answer one of our questions, it just spawns like 5 more questions off the top of my head, because all of these concepts and these features of the gameplay are so exciting that immediately my brain's like, can we do this though? Can you do that though? And my brain still, even as we're moving to Titans, there's like a soundtrack in the back of my head going, fish friends, you can be friends with the fish. You can say I'm so excited. I feel like nobody puts that in games. It's like you can either kill them for food or they're just decoration. But fish are friends, not food. I'm excited to save them.
You can start a little aquarium.
I'm gonna save all the fish. I'm gonna cry. I don't want to derail us completely from all the questions I want to ask about my new fishy best friends. So I will instead ask some great questions from chat, because I want to make sure we have time for this. We had someone in chat asked, how big is this team?
So for the majority, 2 right now. For the majority of the production, it's been a solo dev project. And recently, Sergey, a 2D, 3D artist, joined the team, and he's been updating the character, updated the Titan visuals, things like that. And we're looking to hire a programmer right now so I can focus more on gameplay.
Oh my God. Wait, so a year you said this has been primarily over the course of a year, correct?
Yeah, July last year, so just over.
And with primarily one person and then adding in a second person, y'all, can we just get, claps, snap emotes, whatever you have in chat, because oh my gosh, I am absolutely astounded that you've created something that is so rich and so full of life and color and already so promising with its elements of gameplay in such a short amount of time with such a tiny group. That is truly remarkable.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There is another
My
question
goodness.
in chat. Is this game, is it going to be procedurally generated, or is there a campaign you're following? Are you just surviving? Tell us more about the game in that aspect.
So the game is a adventure survival game, and the intent is that there's a single player storyline. You can do it co-op, so you could run around with with a friend and do the storyline. But there's also
Awesome.
survival elements. The
Okay.
goal is that the adventure part is about connecting you and giving you purpose, so that if you're running off into the world, you have some driving for something to do specifically. But it connects you to the world with the survival elements.
Interesting.
Yeah,
So-
the world is procedurally built too. So all of this is procedurally laid out.
That's awesome. Oh my, there's a lot of replayability and a lot of replay value with procedurally generated worlds, I find,
Yeah.
which makes me so excited. I can imagine just like my brain is immediately going to how many different ways you could replay this game with different limitations and different challenges, you know, limiting yourself to what kind of tools you can use for survival, how you might play. And I just feel like the replay value seems really, really high already.
Thanks. Yeah, some people have asked, like, can I play it without survival? And it's actually, yes, you can, but it's a little bit harder. Instead of harvesting and gathering and searching, you can buy goods from a shopkeep, things like that. So you can really play, the intent is to let people play the way they want.
That's awesome.
That is really cool.
I'm kind of curious before we, you know, stray too far from the co-op talk. When we say co-op, is it online co-op or couch co-op?
I was just going to
Online
ask
co-op
that.
right now.
Yeah.
Online. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Especially in 2020 when so many of us are so far away from our friends.
Yep.
I love hearing that things are online co-op because it's just such a beautiful way to be able to share these experiences and bond with friends that we might not be getting to see in person for a while, you know?
Definitely. We had somebody in chat mention that they were curious what would be in this game other than cool water physics, because we were so focused on that. And so far, they're pleasantly surprised by every other element. And I'm gonna have to agree. Every element that we've talked about, we've touched on, has been introduced, or even just seen, even in the slightest manner, has been extremely pleasant and just sparked my interest even more along the way.
Ooh, that thing in the distance. What is that? Is that a Titan?
Yeah. So
He's
Titan
scary.
rose up out of the water.
Wow. So you can stumble upon them randomly. It's not necessarily they're in X location and you can avoid it. They can just pop up whenever they feel like it.
Yeah. I don't want to give too much away yet, but yes, they exist based off of what you do in the world.
Oh.
Oh, interesting. Oh my gosh. Hello? Did that person just run
that?
over and bop you?
Yeah, there's some unfriendlies over here.
That was so rude. We were just minding our own business and they came over and I was about to say, "Oh, is that a friend?" And then they smacked you.
He said
Oh
no.
my goodness. I was all excited.
do
for
Fireflies are
that.
friendly, though.
There we go. I like the theme of friendly wildlife in this game so far. We have friendly fireflies. You can be a friend to the fish and help them back into the ocean. That's my kind of game. Nice animals.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
You mentioned based on what you do in the world, the Titans will appear. Is this one of those games where they're slowly giving you a life lesson where the more you take from the ocean, the more hostile creatures will be towards you, or are they always hostile?
The golems are always hostile, and the titans right now are always hostile. There isn't a specific driving lesson or morality about it, but there are some story elements where you get a fork to decide on, and it can change some things that I'm alluding to.
Oh, okay. Very cool. Very cool.
I like it. There's still mysteries and secrets to look forward to.
Yes.
You can also just run off into the world. There's a boat over there. Like, I could just run off and do whatever, and that's okay. Leave me alone.
Oh my god. They are just so ruthless. You just showed up and they were on you immediately. My gosh.
They were ready.
Hello, we are a guest on your island. Manners, people. My goodness. So
Since we are at architecture, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say the object you were interacting with. I was just curious what it was.
So it's a lighthouse, and it's similar to the golems, or sorry, the titans. The titans are a relic of an old civilization, and so are the lighthouses. And so the lighthouses let you activate and find what I call dungeons underwater to expose them.
Wow, that's a really cool system. I'm already excited. Like,
Yeah, these mechanics are so different, unlike anything I've played personally. What was your inspiration to go this route?
I think I exactly have one. I mean, I love all the games. I love Wind Waker and everything else. But in my career in games, I've dealt with simulations a lot randomly, not on purpose. And so I think it just was kind of like, well, what if 1 + 1 = 2, and it's fun.
I like that. I'm kind of curious with the dungeons. I know we've talked about they exist, and we've talked about enemies. When I hear dungeons, my brain always thinks of like Zelda puzzle solving dungeons. Are these puzzly dungeons or something different?
That one right now, that one right there that I've been circling around, but I'm not going in, is not a puzzle dungeon. I'm okay with the idea of puzzle dungeons. I want some things where you might have a little bit of logic and you have to think about it. I'm not sure the dungeons will be that. The goal is to populate the world with interesting things to do. So, for example, I want to have some graveyards that you can find on islands, and the graveyards are going to be a little bit more puzzly. So you can run around the graveyard, interact with different things in it, and then try to avoid the residents of the graveyard from causing you too much trouble.
definitely interesting. Now that you brought up that menu there, it was a question that was asked that. Sorry, go ahead.
No. Sorry, I wanted to call out. I'm cheating really quick so I can show you fun stuff.
Because we hear the clicky clacky in the background. We notice that it is a controller based game. Is this going to be available for a mouse and keyboard function, or is this going to be strictly controller based?
This will be both. So right now it's going to be PC with your choice of input. As I play games more, for some reason I'm kind of enjoying doing controller on PC for a lot of games, except shooters. And then naturally on consoles, it'll be controller.
Perfect.
I am very much the same way, so I definitely agree with you on that one. I love that we're getting a chance to kind of showcase some of the building and crafting elements of this game. Can you talk to us a little bit about how building plays a role in the game and in the survival elements in particular?
Sure. So early on, when I was helping out that farmer, some of the building mechanics are mission-based. You need to go through and build a fence or repair a thing. And that's partly because in the story, the Titans have really caused a lot of havoc in the world, and you need to help repair it. You are trying to become what's called a breakwater, and it's a hero for the people in the world. And so you're setting off on missions to help people out. Sometimes collect things, sometimes build things, sometimes protect them. And so the building is partly that. The building is also for survival. So you can choose to build a base with friends and fight off pirates or titans or whatever it is you want.
I want to be a breakwater. As soon as you said that, I was like, I'm going to earn my stripes and I'm going to become a breakwater. I can do it. I'm so excited. I legitimately, I want to play this now. Like, watching this, I am like, cool. As soon as the show's over, I want to be able to boot this up and run around and hang out with all my fishy friends and build my little base. So if there's anyone else in chat who feels the same way I do, can you fill us in a little bit on the details of what's next for the game? When are we going to be able to get our hands on it? And how can we support you on your journey with this game?
Yeah, so right now we are I would say we're pre-alpha, and so we're building up to try to enter into the next stage of production. A lot of code smoothing out, content creation, things like that. And to help with that, we're doing a Kickstarter right now. So that is live right now, and your support is greatly appreciated. We want to do the best game we can, but sometimes we need help. And I think that's everything you asked. Did I miss something?
Awesome. I mean, that was perfect. I would love to know, like, if we wanted updates on the game.
Yes.
You know, I know everyone here should definitely go check out the Kickstarter because, you know, every single dollar makes a bigger difference than you can possibly imagine when it comes to supporting those kinds of projects. So definitely take a look at the Kickstarter page. If we wanted like information and news updates, where can we follow you to see the progress of the game as it develops?
Yeah, so obviously Twitter is a great spot. So Game Soaring on Twitter. And there's a website, breakwatersgame.com, where we try to post stuff. And then everybody is welcome on the Discord, and we have a Reddit. So join us on Twitter, say hi.
Perfect.
Oh my gosh. I cannot stress enough how excited I am to make so many fishy friends in this game. Like, we've talked about so many amazing, wonderful things, but if anyone's like me in chat, the first thing I always ask when I see animals in a game is like, well, can I pet the dog? Can I be friends with the cat? Can I pet the horsey? Can I name them? And so the fact that you mentioned that so early on, I'm like, you had me at fish friends. I'm sold. I'm ready. Everything else is just icing on top of the cake. But truly, especially if we have any friends who are joining us, you know, midway through this, we have seen, in addition to incredible physics, just truly beautiful visuals, really fun building mechanics, a lot of promising looking dungeons, you know, story elements that I'd love to see explored once we actually get our hands on the game. There's so much to look forward to here. So definitely, please follow along with this game's development, stay up to date with them, and support them on Kickstarter. Go check out the Kickstarter rewards for backers, and, you know, do what you can to help make games like this possible. I'm so excited. This has been such a beautiful look at this game. So thank you for taking the time to walk us through it.
Yeah, thanks for having me. This is great.
I do have another question. Are there day cycles and weather mechanics as far as like maybe like cyclones or other phenomena that could help or hinder your game a little bit?
Yes, definitely. So there is a day-night cycle, and then there's weather patterns. For the demo, I turned them down. It's a little, nobody wants to have a typhoon in the middle of your demo. And then there's also whirlpools. So there's water hazards, weather hazards. Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool.
I just know I'm going to be the type of player who forgets that entirely until like a typhoon hits and I have built no structure for myself, and I'm my poor little character is just flapping around in the wind, freezing. Mostly because that's me IRL. I don't know if anyone else is like that, but I forget to bring things into my home until it's raining, and then I go, "Oh right, I shouldn't have left all that outside in the backyard."
I forgot the boat. I gotta run over to the boat.
Oh no! How could you forget the boat?
Yeah, I gotta run to the boat really quick. There's a boat over there. You can build boats.
Another question. Oh no, I was gonna ask: are there waypoints when you are in like the campaign and you're following the storyline? Does it show you where things are, or do you just have to kind of figure it out, ask people, have those dialogues to figure out where you need to go next?
So depending on the mission level, there's a world map, and when you select your mission, it'll give you a reminder like, oh wait, you need to go over here. Because it's a large procedural world, I was worried about people having a good geographic memory on it. So there's a nice little assist.
Especially when you're in the middle of the ocean and you're like, I don't know what direction home is.
All these islands look the same.
Yeah.
I get lost.
So you can see in the distance.
Ooh.
Yeah, the big island's in the distance, but did I come from that one or that one? I don't remember.
Me in every video game I've ever played ever. Never remember where I'm going. I am kind of curious though. You mentioned that you can build these boats yourself. Are there like different types of boats you can build with different benefits or ways to buff them or anything like that? I imagine with inclement weather, if you're in like a small dinghy, that might not be so great if you're in rough, choppy waters.
Yes. So right now, the design, which to be honest is probably still in flux, we're figuring out what the most fun way to do the boats is. But right now, you build a boat as kind of a archetype, and then you can customize it. So you can add on the specific equipment you want, and the archetypes allow for your playstyle. So if you want something that's going to survive taking on a Titan, then you can try to build that. If you just want something that's fast and nimble to avoid the Titan, that's fine too.
Oh, that's gonna be me. I'm curious about everyone here's play styles. I'm telling you already, I am like stealth, get out of the way, Titans, please don't see me. I pretend I do not see it is my play style.
And that's okay in this. You can avoid the Titans. There's nothing requiring you to exactly go and fight a Titan.
Very
I
cool.
love that.
We did have a question in chat about islands. Can you make islands, like raise the sea floor, or are these all generated for the player?
So currently, the design that we're building for ship does not have that feature. We have a idea for incorporating lava, which would basically give what you're describing, but I think it's probably outside of our scope. Unless Kickstarter is amazing, but yes.
Oh my, y'all go support that Kickstarter because when I say my jaw dropped when I heard the word lava, we gotta make that happen, chat. We can do it. Oh my God. I cannot even imagine how creative people could get with something like that and how chaotic it could become. That,
Oh, yeah.
oh my gosh, my brain is already like turning 10 times into overdrive just thinking about it. My gosh.
All the possibilities. I can do them.
Right? Oh my gosh. I want to just build like lava statues. How cool would that be? Just have like giant fake Titans standing up, try and scare the Titans, scare them away. Scare them away. I want to do like a Pacific Rim thing, but instead of having like the giant whatever they call them, suits to fight the kaiju, I just have fake lava giants to keep the Titans at bay so I can live peacefully with my fish friends.
Oh, so there's other weapons. So I see you're shooting a cannon
Yep.
at the trees. So tell us about why this would be beneficial as far as knocking down the trees. Is it to get wood for to make boats and other housing structures?
So from a resource point of view, yes, you could use this to collect them. It's kind of gratuitous. I mostly did it for the fun of it because I wanted to. But yes, you do need to collect some resources around the world. Trees, bamboo, the bushes. So I can see my hunger is getting low. So I can collect some berries really quick and get my hunger up a little bit more. And then my health is a little bit low. I can go collect, you may have seen there's some kelp around the world. And the kelp would let me make bandages.
So I want to make sure we have one... Oh, I'm so sorry.
No,
What were you gonna
please.
ask?
No. Nope.
We
please.
just had one more question in chat that I wanted to make sure we get to. So thank you so much, everyone, for dropping those questions in chat. They've been great today. We have a question that I think the first part we touched upon earlier just a little bit. Did you guys make your own water? And what tool or library are you using?
So the game engine is Unity. We're using Unity 2020. The water is all custom. It's based on a really old technique called shallow water sim, which is partly why we can do so much of it. Is old is usually cheap today, but otherwise everything is custom.
Awesome.
That is
Thank you.
fantastic. It's a clear show as to new is not always better, because this water is,
Right.
again, we're going to touch on this. Water is fantastic. It
Oh,
is
heck yeah.
super visually appealing.
Mac, what were you going to say before that chat question?
I was going to ask if so you mentioned having hunger. Do weapons have durability? Is there other features like that that we have to be aware of and constantly be creating new weapons and being mindful of that? Or as soon as you make a weapon, you have it forever? Or a tool even?
Sure. So there's no durability on them right now. I loved Breath of the Wild, but I struggled with how many weapons I had to collect to stay in supply.
Yes.
So I'm looking at it as the items are your stat boosts and things like that. So you can get armor and better bags, so you have more space to hold things and better weapons. And then the consumable items are like the crystals and other items, food.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I'm kind of curious, before we have to close out, I would love to know, there have been so many elements we touched on today, so many different amazing aspects of this game. Is there anything that has a soft spot in your heart, like anything that's your favorite thing to do in the game or your favorite feature that y'all have incorporated?
Actually, it's the water. And the thing, though, that I love is occasionally I find myself while working, I'll stop and get distracted by the water, watching it do something in particular, like interacting with a wall. And it's just like, oh, I love the look of that. That's so much fun. It's like, for me, it's like Goop for a kid when you're playing with something that you're just like, this stuff is amazing. And it's no real good reason why, but yeah.
It's just satisfying to look at. It really is. I think there's a reason that as soon as the trailer started playing, everyone in chat was like, water physics, water, look at the water. Because it's the star of the show, really. There are so many beautiful supporting elements, but my goodness, y'all just knocked it out of the park, both in terms of its features and the aesthetics. The water is just heckin' gorgeous. So if all of you in chat are as hyped for this game as I know I am, definitely please drop a follow to their Twitter and check out that Kickstarter. The link has been dropped in chat. It is such a wonderful way to support the game, support the team behind it, and help make the game the best it can be. So check out that Kickstarter. And really and truly, thank you so much for taking the time to show us this game today. Personally, I can't wait to play Breakwaters, and I appreciate you joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yes,
it was
thank
great.
you.
Thank you so much, friends. Go check out Breakwaters. All those links are in chat. And in the meantime, we are going to be moving on over to our next segment. So stick around, don't go anywhere, and check out this next trailer that we have for you for Tournament of Tamers. Stick around.
Welcome back, guys. I hope you enjoyed the glorious dragons we just witnessed. We have with us Charles and Sophie to tell us a little bit more about Tournament of Tamers. Can you give us a
Hello.
little update? Let us know about this.
Okay, so this is a MOBA, and what you see right now is called Temple of Trials. It's kind of our premier map, and we figured we'd start with this and show you guys a little bit of gameplay.
Yeah, we've got some of the other devs on the team like standby, so it's gonna be a really fun time. Got the whole squad here.
I am so excited. When the trailer started rolling, I just felt like a little kid who wanted to jump up and down and go, dragons! Dragons! It's dragons! This is, as a child who grew up like very into high fantasy, whose favorite aspect of World of Warcraft were the mounts more than anything else. Like, this is a dream come true. I would love to ask, one of the things I immediately noticed was we got some different perspectives of different dragons that were showcased in that. Is the differences between dragons purely aesthetic, or do they come with unique stats and buffs? Can you talk a little bit about the different options there?
Sure.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of
Go ahead.
So there's a bunch of different types of dragons depending on like your play style. So we have dragons that, want to kite back and do a lot of damage. Or my favorite type of dragon to play is like tanky bruiser type dragons that are going to be like super in your face. And then we have a mechanic in the game called tail striking. So when you right click, your dragon will spin around. So that's like a tail strike. So it's kind of like the melee attack. But then also if you click, it's kind of like your auto attacks, and every dragon has a unique auto attack. And then you have 4 abilities as well as a passive. So every single dragon has a unique 1, 2, 3, and 4 ability. So the 4 ability is the ultimate, and the ultimates in this game are super cool. I'm really excited for you guys to see them. So yeah, there's basically a different dragon for every playstyle you'd like kind of want in a game, and it's really cool. There's also a dragon that farts on people. It's really funny.
That's the one. That's the one I call.
Wait.
Like I claim the farting dragon 100%. Like no doubt about it.
Which dragon is that?
It's the
Bog
bog
dragon.
dragon.
He
I
has
call him, like,
an
the
ability
Eeyore.
called he has an ability called jet propulsion. It's his movement ability, and also it's a fart.
Oh my gosh, I love that so much. Okay, I'm
And
calling
his,
it now.
voice lines are super funny.
That's going to be the fan favorite character. I'm calling it now.
100%.
I predict this. That is going to be the one that people love the most. Do y'all have your own favorite dragons already? Do you play favorites with this?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What are your favorites?
I'm Diamond 3 on Wodenic.
Yeah, this is Wodenic,
Okay,
the
so-
brown one right here. This is Soapy that I'm showing.
He's
He's
so
got a
wise and cool.
Yeah, the dragons talk to you when you're in base. So there's like a character selection screen where you can dragons talk to you, and you can select them, and you can spec them. They grow over time, and you get talent points, and there's a talent tree for each of their 4 abilities. So over time you can specialize them the way you want and stuff like that.
Oh, wow. Interesting. So
Yep.
I'm kind of curious because I know sometimes with MOBAs, putting points into a talent tree is something that resets just round by round. Is that the case here, or is there more of a long-term progression?
So there is the long-term progression. Dragons level up, and they have talents that are permanently spent. You can respec, of course, but we have some time limits on that. But then there's also how warmed up your dragon is in the match, which is where it's just match based, and it's putting points into the abilities to awaken them in that match.
I love that. I will say one of the reasons why MOBAs in the past weren't always my jam was because I was the type of person that really liked getting invested in long-term progression and like holding on to the growth that I was seeing and leveling. And I would always get really bummed out playing games where there was no element of that. And like you would put points in round per round and then lose them and reset every single round, no matter what. I love hearing that y'all have a balance where if you want to respec, you can, but there's also that feeling of growth and progression as you move forward through the game. That's so exciting to hear.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Definitely.
We actually have no level cap, so you can just keep leveling and leveling over time. Getting another level doesn't give you that much extra power, so someone that's level 1 could still beat someone that's level 100 if they outskill them. But yeah, we definitely have level progression and specialization.
Oh, Divine Ult, it's time!
What is happening? There were so many rainbows.
That's the Divine Dragon's ultimate. It's called Rainbow Flux. And this is the Tornado ultimate of this dragon.
Okay, so I have
Yeah,
to
we're
ask,
really excited.
what does the rainbow ult do? Like, what are the effects that it has on the other dragons in the vicinity?
So he has a prism. So that's the dragon that's also an angel. So it's like a dragon that became an angel, and that's like
Okay.
its backstory. All the dragons have backstories, and some of them you can currently see in the nest. So he has a prism on his tail, and he breathes light into the prism, and it creates a huge cone of rainbow, and it heals all allies that get hit, and it damages all enemies that get hit. And it also blinds enemies as well.
Nifty. That is
My gosh.
so. On that subject, are there CCs that are involved in this? Are there because we touched on tanks and we've now touched on the fact that there is in fact a healer in the game. Do we have like crowd control that we have?
Yes, this
Yeah,
dragon I'm
so-
playing has a whole bunch actually.
Okay.
And there's another dragon we have called the Soul Dragon. So what his ult does, it launches a giant purple spider web, and if you you can get stuck in it, and then you'll get a bunch of damage done to you. It's kind of wild.
Honestly, when I look at new games usually that have, different rosters of characters with different abilities and stuff, usually right off the get-go, I'm very stuck in my ways, and I can look at the roster and immediately go, that's the one I'm going to play. Like, that's clearly the one I'm going to play. I'm not interested in the others. And this is so unique, and the abilities and the ultimates seem so... I love that they're tied to, the actual lore and the backstory of these dragons and their characters. It's such a rare occurrence for me to look at a roster and want to try them all. And that's exactly what I'm getting from this. Looking at them, there's all both unique story elements and the visuals. Like, who doesn't want to try playing as a farting dragon and a majestic ice dragon and a fiery dragon? Like, it's so nice to see such variety in what feels like, correct me if I'm wrong, this feels like a really nice balance between definitely challenging for people who love MOBAs, but still accessible if maybe this was someone's first MOBA they wanted to try.
Absolutely.
This was
We have a whole
actually
bunch of
my
features.
first MOBA, technically.
Really?
Yeah, because I remember when I was a junior in college, I was really looking for internships, and I've always knew I wanted to work in gaming and stuff. And I found this, and I tried out the game, and I was like, wait, this is so much fun. And then later, I graduated onto League, and now I really like MOBAs. But I think this is a really good start, for people who are kind of interested in it, but don't really want the intense pressure that comes with League or Dota.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
we have a bunch of features that make it really easy to start playing. So at the beginning of the game, when you first start, you have an auto buy and an auto spec. So you don't have to think about what items you're buying or what spec you're doing. It'll do it automatically for you. And then when you become a more advanced player, you can design your own spec or your own buy list.
I really like that. As someone who can be... Those are the elements that I get overwhelmed with a lot of the times in new games, is doing my own specs can just be something getting that deep into the nitty gritty when you're trying out a new type of game for the first time. Being able to set it to auto and then make manual adjustments as you learn is something that I think really helps new players. And just the concept alone as well. I imagine this is something that's going to draw the interest of people who just want to play as dragons. I'm so excited.
Yeah, it's pretty easy at the beginning when you're first learning it. Though the controls, flying in 3 dimensions, can be a bit complicated. It's easy to sneak up on people in this game.
I
I
think
can see
Yeah,
that.
it's
On that
also-
note, we just had a question in chat talking about the controls and aiming, and how does that work? Is it a targeted? Is it a pure direction based? Because they mentioned that it is actually super hard in 3D.
It's almost purely skill shots as far as the projectiles go. The cone attacks are much easier. So like this wind is a cone attack. They're much easier to hit with, and they're more close range. But the projectiles are skill shots, and it's at lower levels. It's easier to land some of these skill shots, like this Rasenschurken looking attack that I just used. But at higher levels, when people are moving really fast, it can get, because as you level up, you get more faster and faster. It can get really, really intense as far as trying to catch and hit people.
Yeah, you can like buy movement speed items and go super fast, so it's like can get tough.
I'm already picturing watching esports tournaments of this and how much like high level play you could get out of this, with that being so skill based. And as you're describing, you know, getting faster and faster, I can only imagine as people get really good at this game, there's going to be amazing potential to see like truly incredible players face off against each other. Like I want to go pop some popcorn and just kick back and and watch the show already, you know?
Yeah, we've had a couple of so we do play tests every Wednesday, and we've had a couple of hardcore, once or twice we've had hardcore MOBA players come in and just spank us at our own game. Like, wow, this is great. And we're like, oh.
Oh man. So I do have to ask, because you know, we've touched on different dragons and their different abilities. But so far, what we're seeing in this gameplay is, you know, one map and one game mode. Are there other modes in the game or other maps you can play on?
Yeah, so
we've got.
Go ahead,
so
Sophie.
we've got a couple other game modes. So we have a 1v1 game mode, and then a 2v2, which is like a duel, and then also a team fight, which is 3v3, and it's in like a different map, and it kind of looks more like a dungeon kind of thing. So that's super cool, and it's basically you want to be the last team standing. And then we have another game mode called Arena Castle, and it's cool because it's like in this like castle, and it's like in the open air, which is super fun. 'Cause it's fun to be a dragon flying in the sky. And so basically you spawn in teams again, and then you have 3 lives, and then if you run out of lives you're out, but you basically also in that mode want to be the last team standing. And then we're working on a Dragon Royale, which is we're hoping to we're like working on it, and that should be pretty fun whenever that happens.
Yeah, it's a battle royale where 30 dragons
oh wow,
you know, kind of like a normal, you know, like a PUBG type game, but with all dragons and then 3D flying.
That is one of the things that I love about this. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, y'all are going to be the first Battle Royale game that I truly get into, if that's the case then, because the only thing that could pull me into Battle Royale is Dragon Battle Royale. Heck yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for that.
No, 100%. Like one of the things that I think is super great about this is that it's even there are so many MOBAs out there at this point that this is just so unique in itself and in its gameplay, in its style, the fact that you're flying. I can't even think of another MOBA that is on the market at the moment where you are strictly flying. And like that's super, super great to see.
Yeah, absolutely.
I really like the flying because it's like what's unique about it. We added something to it. So it's like classic WASD controls, but then also you can strafe up and down with Q and E. So it kind of just adds like another element of movement, which I really like about it.
Oh, I like that a lot. I think that's going to make for a much more like smooth and seamless sense of movement when you're doing it.
Also, we have a lot of...
Talk about the sheep.
Oh, yeah. So the sheep are your heals.
They like health packs? Okay. Because we mentioned it in chat. We were looking at it. We're like, did that dragon just eat a sheep?
Yep, the dragon eats sheep and it heals them.
Very
good. It's actually a funny item.
They don't have a healer on your team. That is excellent to see.
Yep.
It's really funny because sometimes you'll have like people on your own team like arguing like, give me the sheep. No, my sheep.
The sheep's the most popular one on the map.
Yep. We also have some really interesting movement mechanics in this game. So one thing we have is what's called dragon parkour, which is if you'll notice in the bottom center of the screen, we have a rush ability. You can use it. You can use it when you're flying like this, but if you use it to kick off of a surface, it recovers immediately. So you can bounce between multiple objects within the level. So, like for instance, watch. I'll kick off this. Oh, I missed it. You got to be right next to it to kick off of it. And so you can potentially kick off multiple objects and fly really quickly around the level.
Oh, wow.
Yep. It's another
That is-
very skill-based thing. But when you land it and you kick off like 3 or 4 things in a row and shoot across the level, it's really satisfying.
I can imagine. Holy moly. I will say we did have a really great question come up that I'm curious about. Is there an option already, or are there plans for the future to increase the FOV or allow customized FOV for those who are prone to motion sickness?
Change the field of view.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe there's settings in Unity that allow you to do that relatively easily. We haven't had it really as a request from any of our playtesters yet, so we haven't really looked into it much.
I was going to say, because I know a lot of people, with motion sickness who want to check out games, that small change can make a huge difference. So thank you for answering that. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Good
Also,
suggestion.
another
I'll
great
look
question
into it.
in chat was,
I've
can we
actually
name
never
our
thought of that.
dragons? Is that a thing?
Yes,
Someone
you
wants to name
can.
the dragon.
They have
Oh,
a
man. That's
a
it.
start default name, and then you can change it to whatever you want.
That's super
Oh
exciting.
my gosh. My brain is already, like, the wheels in my brain are turning with all of the ridiculous ideas for dragon names that I have already. Oh my gosh,
You
chat,
can get
let us
emotionally
know.
attached.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, chat, please let us know what you're going to name your first dragon in this game, because my ideas are all very silly and I need some actual inspiring dragon names.
Mine are all silly as well.
Another really good question that was brought up in chat, with the potential battle royale mode that y'all were talking about, would resources be included in that game mode?
Yeah, so there's 10 different types of minions that spawn throughout the battle royale mode. A minotaur, a drake, a wizard, and a bunch of other stuff like that. And each one drops a unique kind of mana. It's like this orb of mana, and then you collect the 10 different types of mana, and based upon that, it gives you options will pop up that you can buy to upgrade your dragon's state, like to a higher form of dragon, or to buy abilities for your dragon, or to get items that like give passive buffs to your dragon.
That
So
is so
you
cool.
kind of, yeah, you evolve. You start weak in the beginning of the match as a little dragon, and then you evolve over time into higher states of the dragon. And then at the end, when there's only like a couple of players left of the 30, you're all big badass dragons with all kinds of powers.
I love it.
I know myself well enough to know I will never make it that far. I will be like the first dragon eliminated every time, but I will have a fun time doing it. Gosh darn it.
Was that a stun we just witnessed there?
That's what I was just wondering.
So this dragon, all of its abilities, this is the Weather Maker. It's based on the old legends, Chinese legends of dragons that created the weather. And it has all weather-based attacks, and they all apply crippling cold. And when you get 4 stacks of crippling cold onto an opponent, they get locked in a block of ice. They're essentially stunned for a few seconds.
Oh, that's so cool.
But it requires you to land some combos. Go ahead.
Well, I can just imagine how much fun that would be in the team-based rounds you were mentioning, to be able to like have one teammate freezing an opponent, have the other teammate use their ult on them while they're frozen. Like, I can imagine you can have a lot of fun with teamwork and coordination with some of these abilities.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we definitely have like some good wombo combo potential.
Yeah.
I can definitely see that.
We're actually go ahead.
Oh no, please continue.
Oh, I was saying we're actually playing one of our favorite combos right now. The Weather Dragon slows people down and stuns them, and then Sophie's, this Wodenic Dragon, it hits really hard with its tail. So one dragon catches, and the other one gets in close and destroys them.
Yeah, and like my ult, like here, I can just like ult right here really quick. Where am I? Okay. Yeah!
I'm actually really excited just for the unique abilities that you guys have implemented with these dragons. How many total dragons do you guys have on the roster?
At the moment, we have 9 dragons, and then we have a bunch that are like in development, but currently turned off in the build because they're not quite polished enough to show.
We had a question in chat, I think, about this specific build. Somebody asked, what's the Cloak of Wind? What does that do?
So all of the items do different powers. I believe the Cloak of Wind gives movement speed, as well as it might give resist effect. Here's our item shop over here, where you can look at all the items, and there's a whole bunch. So I believe he's talking about this Cloak of Wind. So this gives 25% fly speed and 25% armor.
Oh, cool.
Nifty.
And there's a lot of different stuff here, and all of them do pretty interesting and unique stuff. We tried to go the different direction of most MOBAs, where they just give stats. Instead, these all give abilities. Like this is my favorite one. It's called Nice Blessing, Bro. Technically, these are blessings. So technically, this is a blessing shop. Yeah, this is Sophie's least favorite one, because after you get this, when you tail strike an opponent, you can steal their lowest cost blessing, gaining gold equal to its cost. So you can essentially rob people of their items. However, if you get killed while you have this, you lose this. So sometimes, and everybody can see when you get it. So sometimes it'll backfire. You'll buy it thinking you're gonna steal everybody's stuff, but then they'll all gang up on you and kill you, and you just spent 2,000 gold and lost it.
You put a big target on your back when you use it.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
And it like announces it to the game. It's like so this person brought Nice Blessing, Bro, and then I'm just like, no, okay. I've had some experiences where my very expensive items were taken. I was upset.
I can understand that.
Too. Oh my god, pickpocket dragons! My goodness. Who would?
Actually, our Garheim, it actually steals gold from you.
Oh wow!
Yeah, if you look closely at the Garheim, he has fingers on the end of his tail, and when he hits you, he steals some of your coins.
Oh wow!
Oh my gosh, that is so cool. I mean, I think that leads really well actually into our next question from chat, which I love because I love hearing about the inspiration behind things. This question is, are all the dragons based on some sort of lore?
Kind of. Some of it is real life lore. So like Wodenic is based upon some old Asgard legends. And Weather is based on the Chinese lore, but some of it is based on. So I'm an author, and so some of it is from the lore of my fantasy novels, and others are from kind of past games that I've made in the past.
Those
awesome. Are some really great incorporations.
Yeah, I was going to say, I love the blend of original with existing mythologies and history. I think that that's a really interesting combination.
The dragons also have like really unique Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, so the dragons have really unique personalities too. That's kind of is tied to their lore too, and they'll have these voice lines. For example, the Wodenic, he gives really good advice, and the Garheim is kind of a little grumpy, and he if he dies, he'll be don't forget my payment. Because he's he wants to get your money, and so it's just kind of funny how it's they're just so personable.
Well, they all have about. But
I was just going to say, I love that y'all have incorporated so much of their personalities into the voice acted dialogue. That's something that personally I love in games. It's those little details that just go the extra mile to make you feel like you're really immersed in a world that is lived in by these characters, you know?
Definitely.
Oh my
as you can
gosh,
see,
Gameplay definitely looks very cool.
our lane minions are beetles. We figured they'd make a. I've never liked how in MOBAs, the minions just keep mindlessly going in and
Yeah.
dying on towers. It kind of never made sense. So we figured beetles were probably made more sense for that kind of role.
I think that's very fitting. That does seem to be standard beetle behavior. I like that. I always love when I play games, I'm the same way. I'll sit there and I'll try to suspend my disbelief, but every now and then you're just like, logically, why are you doing this? If you keep dying
Right.
over and over, why do you keep sending more people out there? But with
Yeah,
beetles,
exactly.
you're like, oh, bless them. They're just trying, aren't they? Like they don't know any better.
They're just going
Yeah,
towards
exactly.
the light.
Yep.
Poor little beetles. They're just trying their best. So I am kind of curious, since we talked about Sophie, maybe you weren't such a fan of that blessing that robs you of your expensive items. Do y'all have favorite things to purchase and equip for your own builds? Any go-tos with your builds?
So I really like Blazing Tail or True Tank because there comes a time where like in the game where like if I'm like fed and I have enough items, I'm just like I can like take tower shots and I'm just like I'm okay. But I really like Blazing Tail because it increases the attack speed of your tail strike, so you can just go and it's really fun and I enjoy that quite a bit.
So this is the bog dragon that we talked about at the beginning. He's kind of a cross between a turtle and a dragon. He's asleep right now.
He's so
And these are his abilities. And this is the one we were talking about, the jet propulsion. So each of them, so jet propulsion is the one where you fart and it hurls you forward and leaves a cloud of fart behind you. It causes choke on anybody who makes contact with it, where they can't breathe a breath weapon
Oh my
because they're
God.
choking. So all of the abilities have they have this talent tree where you can specialize into what it does. And then at the top is an ultimate talent, which you have to spend like 20 points in order to get it. So the ultimate talent for jet propulsion is Taco Tuesday.
I love that so much.
I love
was
it.
just gonna ask, what are y'all feeding this dragon? Oh my gosh.
He's actually so strong too. Like his farts are like they're smelly. Like they do a lot of damage. Like you might think you're out and safe, but it's like a dot effect, so it's damage over time. And then you're just like, I'm almost back at base. You're just like, no, dead.
Oh my gosh. I want
I
to take
love
him
it.
to the doctor. Something, a nutritionist, please. That's not healthy. I truly cannot express how excited I am for this. If y'all are a fan of MOBAs, I know there's a lot to love here, but especially if you're like me and you never really got into MOBAs in the past, this looks like such a beautiful entry point for someone who's new. I know personally I am completely won over by the personalities of the dragon, the look of the combat, and the gameplay. This just looks absolutely phenomenal. And if chat is as excited for this game as I am, where can they stay up to date and get updates on the game?
On our website. Go ahead, Sophie.
Oh yeah, so our website, social media, and then we're also, if anybody is interested in getting some early access stuff, we are looking for playtesters to play with us on Wednesdays. It's honestly such a fun time. Everybody on the team is super nice and we'll give you a key. And it's just like, we really want people to we want new players to experience the game for the first time and give us feedback. So if anyone is interested, please hit us up on social media or email us. We'd love to have you.
Absolutely. And I'm sure our lovely, wonderful team in chat will be able to drop the links as well. But what are your social handles? What should they be searching for?
So they can search for Bug Gaming or Tournament of Tamers.
Awesome. There you go. Look up both those accounts,
Perfect.
y'all. Drop follows, get connected, stay up to date with the progress of this game. I know I will, because this just looks awesome. Thank you so much for joining us, Charles and Sophie. Y'all were just absolute delights, and I can't wait to see what's coming next for your game. This looks amazing.
Thank you so much for having us. This was super fun.
Of course. Thank you for joining us. It was a pleasure to get to talk to you. I wish we had all day long to sit and chat about Tournament of Tamers, but unfortunately, we do have to move on. So thank you so much for being here for this portion. And Steph, do you want to lead us out to our next segment?
Definitely. If you guys stick around or you have questions, we will be having a Q&A for Tournament of Tamers and Breakwaters. Come back, give us your questions. Let's get some more answers and get a little bit more in depth into what these games can bring us. And we'll see you guys soon.
What do you get when you bring a microprocessor to a night fight? A deck-building, sword-swinging tactical adventure. Meet the Floppy Knights. Tangible projections summoned from floppy disks. Earn cash and perhaps save the world. By Rose City Games. The ocean depths are full of mythical monsters and treasure. Experience an adventure survival game with a world-scale ocean sim like you've never seen before in Breakwaters by Soaring Pixel Games. Gather your friends and rain fire on your foes in the Dragon vs. Dragon MOBA Tournament of Tamers by Bug Gaming. Choose from 10 unique dragons and take to the skies in flying combat that will take your breath away. Welcome to Republic of Jungle by Gerdu Games, the greatest nation on Earth and the land of the truly free, where all animals are equal and nobody preys on anybody. The truth is under attack by all sides, and your judgment will decide the fate of the country. Looking for a low-stress community sim with magical girls, cat cafes, pastries, and most importantly, cats? In Calico by Cat Bean Games, journey to a magical village, make fantastical friends, and pet all of the cuddly creatures. Agatha has returned home, only to find her mentor petrified, and the once vibrant wood she loves bereft of color. Step into the worn-down boots of a veteran adventurer and restore color to her home in the Faded Grove by AIE Seattle Seniors. What do you get when you bring a microprocessor to a night fight? A deck-building, sword-swinging tactical adventure. Meet the Floppy Knights. Tangible projections summoned from floppy disks. Earn cash and perhaps save the world by Rose City Games. The ocean depths are full of mythical monsters and treasure. Experience an adventure survival game with a world-scale ocean sim like you've never seen before in Breakwaters by Soaring Pixel Games. Gather your friends and rain fire on your foes in the Dragon vs. Dragon MOBA Tournament of Tamers by Bug Gaming. Choose from 10 unique dragons and take to the skies in flying combat that will take your breath away. Welcome to Republic of Jungle by Gerdu Games, the greatest nation on Earth and the land of the truly free, where all animals are equal and nobody preys on anybody. The truth is under attack by all sides, and your judgment will decide the fate of the country. Looking for a low-stress community sim with magical girls, cat cafes, pastries, and most importantly, cats? In Calico by Cat Bean Games, journey to a magical village, make fantastical friends, and pet all of the cuddly creatures. Agatha has returned home, only to find her mentor petrified and the once vibrant wood she loves bereft of color. Step into the worn-down boots of a veteran adventurer and restore color to her home in the Faded Grove by AIE Seattle Seniors. What do you get when you bring a microprocessor to a night fight? A deck-building, sword-swinging tactical adventure. Meet the Floppy Knights. Tangible projections summoned from floppy disks. Earn cash and perhaps save the world by Rose City Games. The ocean depths are full of mythical monsters and treasure. Experience an adventure survival game with a world-scale ocean sim like you've never seen before in Breakwaters by Soaring Pixel Games. Gather your friends and rain fire on your foes in the Dragon vs. Dragon MOBA Tournament of Tamers by Bug Gaming. Choose from 10 unique dragons and take to the skies in flying combat that will take your breath away. Welcome to Republic of Jungle by Gerdu Games, the greatest nation on Earth and the land of the truly free, where all animals are equal and nobody preys on anybody. The truth is under attack by all sides, and your judgment will decide the fate of the country. Looking for a low-stress community sim with magical girls, cat cafes, pastries, and most importantly, cats? In Calico by Cat Bean Games, journey to a magical village, make fantastical friends, and pet all of the cuddly creatures. Agatha has returned home, only to find her mentor petrified, and the once vibrant wood she loves bereft of color. Step into the worn-down boots of a veteran adventurer and restore color to her home in the Faded Grove by AIE Seattle Seniors. What do you get when you bring a microprocessor to a night fight? A deck-building, sword-swinging tactical adventure. Meet the Floppy Knights. Tangible projections summoned from floppy disks. Earn cash and perhaps save the world by Rose City Games. The ocean depths are full of mythical monsters and treasure. Experience an adventure survival game with a world-scale ocean sim like you've never seen before in Breakwaters by Soaring Pixel Games. Gather your friends and rain fire on your foes in the Dragon vs. Dragon MOBA Tournament of Tamers by Bug Gaming. Choose from 10 unique dragons and take to the skies in flying combat that will take your breath away. Welcome to Republic of Jungle by Gerdu Games, the greatest nation on Earth and the land of the truly free, where all animals are equal and nobody preys on anybody. The truth is under attack by all sides, and your judgment will decide the fate of the country. Looking for a low-stress community sim with magical girls, cat cafes, pastries, and most importantly, cats? In Calico by Cat Bean Games, journey to a magical village, make fantastical friends, and pet all of the cuddly creatures. Agatha has returned home, only to find her mentor petrified, and the once vibrant wood she loves bereft of color. Step into the worn-down boots of a veteran adventurer and restore color to her home in the Faded Grove by AIE Seattle Seniors. What do you get when you bring a microprocessor to...
I'm so excited for all of these. I could legitimately watch those trailers on loop for forever. They're all so soothing and wonderful. Welcome back, everyone. We are about to dive into our next segment, which will be a live Q&A. So feel free to drop those questions in chat so we can have them answered by the devs in just a minute. But before we get started with that, we do want to take a second to thank our sponsors. Today's 6 online stream is brought to you by the Academy of Interactive Entertainment, or AIE. AIE trains students for employment and career opportunities in 3D animation, game development, and related fields through a world-class education, as well as acting as a catalyst to build these industries. AIE is a non-profit educator established in 1996 to grow and support the game industry. AIE's unique curriculum is offered in the United States and Australia, which I thought was pretty cool to note, and provides you with the training needed to join their other graduates as entrepreneurs, leaders, and innovators in video game and film industries. The Seattle, Washington campus is located in the heart of the city at Seattle Center, right next to the iconic Space Needle. And we want to say a big thanks to the gold sponsors, Academy of Interactive Entertainment, Play Everywhere, and 4Culture, our indie sponsors, Modern Wolf, and Seattle Indies. Seattle Indies is a nonprofit organization dedicated to fostering a vibrant and inclusive community of independent game developers in the greater Puget Sound area. Our main focus is on accessibility for anyone wishing to pursue game development as a hobby or a profession. We strive to empower people to make games, share feedback, network, and showcase their projects by providing friendly spaces where developers can congregate for support, discussion, and news on game development. You can find out more info at seattleindies.org. So go check them out. Show a lot of love in chat to everyone who has made today's wonderful event possible. Thank you so much for joining it. And without further ado, I think we're going to move on over to our Q&A portion.
We are. Welcome back, guys, and welcome to the Q&A section where we have both Breakwaters and Tamers in here to tell us more about their games, answer some questions for us, and we're welcomed again by Mac and Cheese, please. And let's get right into some of those questions.
Oh,
What do we have here? We'll start off with... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, please continue.
So we're going to go through some generic questions that we're going to ask in general, and we're going to start off with Breakwaters answering the question with a follow-up by Tamers over here. And the first question we have is, what's next for you after this game?
After this one, I think every dev has this, but you have too many ideas running. And so if I had my way, I've got a couple years of production of things I would add on to this game. I want to get it into early access and just have a lot of fun with the community and add some great things. If I really had to predict further out, I have more of a art game that I really want to build. So someday, hopefully, I can build that one. I can't say too much, but it sounds weird, but when we were younger, we would make those paper origami things where you would put right on the inside, flip it 3 times, look at one of the sides, open it up, and get a fortune. It's a little bit like that. It sounds crazy, but I've got a future game that I want to make that has some inspiration from that.
Oh, I love that already.
I love any grade child is like screaming. I love that.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was just going to say. I can only imagine the nostalgia that'll come through getting to relive that and texting all my friends, do you want me to read your fortune? I can read your fortune. So I'm very excited for that.
Definitely. What about Tournament of Tamers? Geez, my words don't work well today. What is next for you guys, either in this game or after this game?
Well, we want to really polish our battle royale mode. There's a lot going on there, and we think it could be really, really fun. Beyond that, I think we'd really like to long-term make kind of like single-player story modes for each of the dragons, kind of like exploring their environment and their story, and kind of like playing through an adventure. But I think that's quite a ways off for us.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Look forward to that, though.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, I'm stoked to see how that plays out.
Yeah.
I know we have quite a few questions to get through, but man, I just think this one is such an interesting question. This is from chat. Breakwaters uses water tech in an exciting and interesting way. Question for both of the teams here. What's the most exciting piece of gaming tech you've played or seen recently? I love that.
I wouldn't really. It's definitely tech, but I wouldn't say it's exciting. It's because I love graphics and I love doing simulations. I am always kind of enamored with the idea of ray tracing in games. So some of the ray tracing stuff GPUs are starting to do. I'm excited not for the graphics end, but where we can go tomorrow with it. Tomorrow there might be some really cool things we can start to do in games when that power is unlocked, in terms of like super hot lets you kind of pause time and move in specific ways, but now imagine that was light moving through a room and you can like fast forward and rewind light and just crazy cool things. So I'm excited to see that develop.
Off the top of my head, one of my favorite pieces of game tech is Unity's particle system, which just keeps getting better and better every quarter, every month. Every release they give out new capabilities, and just like in the last year, it's become so amazing. All the cool stuff you can build with it, like all the different breath weapons and abilities you saw us using. Those were all products of how easy it is to make amazing stuff in Unity's particle system.
That's awesome. Heck yeah.
You don't even have to be a great artist to build amazing stuff in it. A lot of that was done by our programmers. You're just tweaking numbers, and it makes it really easy to make really nice looking stuff.
That's what I need for non-artists like me. That's right up my alley. I like to hear that. Well, I think this is an interesting question for both teams here. I think it's something that a lot of us wonder with game dev in general. What have been some of the difficulties of development, and how have you overcome them?
Yeah.
One thing that I would definitely, I think a lot of people know this, but it's not always obvious, is sometimes it can be very hard to work alone, and 2020 has made that harder. Trying to overcome the inability to organically and emotionally talk about an idea with somebody. Video chat doesn't always have that emotion, and it's been very difficult to deal with that one. I don't have a great solution yet, except I'm lucky that my spouse is in the house, so I can bounce things off of my spouse. But that's definitely been a challenge lately. I've come to respect more and more how much I leaned on people being in the same room. I didn't respect that before.
I think a lot of us are feeling that in 2020 for sure.
Yeah.
I guess some of the hard things for our game were building the networking, getting the synchronization good enough to where tail strikes actually connect consistently, and the projectiles are really well synced. Also writing the AI for our beetles, getting them to path through the level correctly and not get stuck on stuff. So training our beetles, I guess. Also, so the game's been playable and fun for about a year and a half now, but balancing something like this to really make it the matches, really close and intense, balancing is a huge task. So it gets better and better every week, but it is a massive undertaking to balance a game like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially, my gosh, we said this earlier, but props to y'all. Seeing the amazing things everyone comes up with such small teams as well, it really is incredible to see. So just a perpetual, anytime somebody talks here, I just want to pat them on the back, because I'm just always in awe of the work that y'all do. But especially now more than ever, especially talking about some of the challenges of, continuing to work on your projects in quarantine. I think I'm so glad that y'all brought up how that's kind of thrown a wrench in a process and a pipeline that can already be filled with wrenches being thrown in,
Yeah.
Definitely.
On the flip side of that. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just thinking how Tournament of Tamers for me at least has been one of the only stable things that hasn't changed, because we've been remote from the beginning. We're all over the country, all the team members. So this is the only stable thing in my life.
My heart.
On the flip side, what has been some of the highlights for development? So the highest points, the things that you've been most excited for, what comes to mind for both of you?
Oh, geez. So one of the big ones for me was through my career, I've always been slightly jealous and proud of other people having fan art made. And sorry, I'm actually choking up over it. Having fan art made is so important. It means a lot to devs.
Yeah, especially when you have someone you have this passion project, and then someone else feels just as passionate about it as you do, and then they create something that it's something you made inspired them to create something, and you love it and cherish it so much. So that's really awesome.
It's really amazing. So please support your devs. Show them your art. They love it. Wonderful.
Thank you for sharing.
Oh my gosh, my heart. Even just hearing the emotion in your voice made me want to take art classes. so I can learn to draw and make fan art. Like that was how touching that
Definitely
is.
has that effect.
Right. And I love, thank you so much for mentioning that and for being so honest and open about it, because at its heart, you know, these projects that you work on, you care so deeply for, and to see that kind of emotion and passion resonate with its players, I can't even imagine how fulfilling that must feel. So
Yeah.
that's just so beautiful to hear. Thank you for sharing that.
Highlights for us of development, definitely our playtests. We have a blast every week on Wednesday night, and we have a lot of real nail biters where it's like down to the line, super close game, and everybody is really really into it and really having a good time. So I think that's help us really stay focused over the years, is how much fun we have in our playtests, and it's a pretty open. Our playtests are pretty open. We like it having new people come in. It's kind of a all are welcome sort of environment.
Love
Yeah.
it.
And I also think like a highlight for me personally, so I've been working on the project for a year and a half, and I remember like I made like the 2019 trailer, and I would remember like when it finally like came to like release and it was like done, like final render, and it was just kind of really exciting to see like a visual, like an actual, it's like a small little movie of like all the things that you like everyone's been working on the team, and I was so excited to release it. And like I worked at the tech support center on campus, and then they like played it on the TV there, and it was just like such an exciting moment. It's like, wow, we're doing the thing, we're making a game.
It makes it feel so real.
Yeah.
It's tangible when you see it like that.
Yeah, definitely.
100%. We can definitely feel that enthusiasm with all of you too. It's fantastic to get on this side as well.
Absolutely.
How has the Seattle Indies community helped with the influence the game's development process?
Oh, geez. It's been great. Having a group, kind of to my point earlier about having somebody to bounce ideas off of, and having a group. If you're working on an idea or you're thinking about getting into game dev, reach out to somebody like Seattle Indies, reach out to your support groups, develop those relationships. You really need them. Additionally, Seattle Indies has opened up access to things that I probably would struggle to get access to before. I mean, Six Online is great, and the other conferences that we've been exposed to. So it's really meant a lot.
That's so awesome to hear. I'm really happy to hear that.
Yeah, definitely.
And from our perspective, I think every year when we apply to Six, we get detailed written feedback on our game about all these little details about what could be better, and that has really helped us. We create tasks for every bit of feedback, and we plow through it, and we come out of it with a much stronger game, and it's been super helpful. And also, just like going to the events and showing our game and getting live feedback and watching people play it has also been super useful. So I'd say Seattle Indies has helped us a lot.
That's
What
fantastic
kind
to
of?
hear.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, for people who are thinking about submitting a game to Six but haven't yet, what kind of feedback can they expect to get? Some of the things that you all have gotten notes on your games.
They do a really good job of keeping the feedback focused on the product and wording it in ways that are very constructive, so that you know that what you're reading is really something that are like, we're really trying to help your game. Here's what we're seeing, what we're doing. And they'll give you positive feedback, negative feedback, and general observations. It was great reading through them, seeing some of the comments, because some of them, they're exactly what you're going for, some of them not, but occasionally you can read through the text, just their excitement, and it's really, really helpful, really supportive.
That's so awesome to hear. I was going to say, I know you mentioned the benefit of being able to go to events in person and to be able to, showcase your games in person. So something that I would love to hear from both teams on, obviously that's changed a lot this year, and we don't quite know when that'll resume one day. So could you talk a little bit about how COVID and quarantine have influenced your development and progress on the game?
Sure. Since I answered the last one, Tamers, do you want this?
Sure. So this was supposed to be the year that we were going to video game conferences and events and showing in person, but that they all got canceled. Some of which we had actually got in, and they were like, "Congratulations, you're going to be showing at this game festival," and then they're like, "Wait, never mind, COVID." So that's been kind of a bummer. Because getting that that foot traffic to your stand and really is a big part of building a customer base for an indie game, because as you know, for an indie game it's really hard to get your name out there, and showing it in person is huge.
Absolutely. Have there been any like changes that you've made and things that you found to be helpful during this time to, I know it can't fill the shoes of in-person events, but ways the community has come together online to help?
I think for me, it's emphasized reaching out to streamers. It's not the same, but you can get the live interaction and the live feedback is what I always took away from a lot of in-person events, watching somebody play it. And it becomes a new way of watching a different person play it, and basically the comment window is the people standing around them on the showroom floor, talking about it. So
yeah. Oh, that totally makes sense. I never really thought about streaming that way before, but you're right. That is kind of what it feels like.
A great question from chat. What techniques do you use to keep your game on schedule and reasonably scoped?
The industry is famous for feature creep. I mean, it's always a struggle, but for me, keeping like task lists and bugs is really important, but my personal preference is actually sticky notes. If you saw my desk on a normal day, it's an organization of sticky notes of what today's task is and what's long-term tasks, things like that. And I recommend everybody use sticky notes. Otherwise, it's difficult, and you need, for my own style of production, you have to develop a skill set of figuring out how to cut and how to keep the product while cutting.
I imagine that leads to some tough choices too of trying to, like, I'm just going to be honest. I'm the type of person where I was a writer and I would write a lot before I got into streaming. And once I had written it, it was like it was like Sophie's Choice, trying to edit and cut scenes and say goodbye to characters when you realize a subplot isn't working or it's slowing the pace. I felt like a part of my heart broke when I had to make those calls to cut. And I can't imagine, especially, being an indie dev, smaller teams, when you're putting time and energy and resources, as you mentioned, feature creep is big in the industry. I imagine that would be a tough call to make, cutting out features or gameplay elements or, story elements that maybe are great ideas when you think of them, but later down the line you realize that aren't going to be in the finished game.
Yeah, I'm reminded of a comment a old friend, a producer friend used to say of perfection is the enemy of greatness.
Yep.
Yep.
It is, though.
Oh, heck yeah. We all just we were like, yep, feel that to my core.
It definitely is. We did have a couple questions for Tournament of Tamers. Jeez, my words just don't work for me today. You guys mentioned skills and abilities. Is there a limit to how much you can put into that?
How far you can spec up in it as far as like the character progression? Right now we have 0 level limit, so you could and the levels are instead called age, so it's like how old the dragon is. So you could play for a year or 2 years and get your dragon to be ancient. It could be its age could be in the hundreds, and you could just put more and more points into it and keep growing it perpetually. There's kind of diminishing returns on that giving you power though. So you'll still get something at a really high level, but it kind of plateaus in a way. As I said before, it's very skill based. So we've tested people that were like level 80 or age 80 versus a level 1, and the level 1 can still win if they outplay the level 80.
Wow. I want to see
That's a
those
really cool thing
matches.
to implement. For sure.
Oh my gosh, I want to see those matches. I'm already picturing people just hustling their way through this game, being like, well, I'm just a level 1, go easy on me. And then they get in there and they just wreck. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to see that happen.
I love it.
Well, I think we had another question for the Tournament of Tamers devs. Someone in chat, this is my favorite question. Thank you so much for asking it, because I think we were all thinking it. They said, I really liked the attention to detail on the dragon models. And they do have great personalities behind them as well. So I agree with this person completely. They ask, if you were a dragon, which dragon would you be? What type of dragon would you be?
Oh, that's a tough one. See, my favorite dragon is Wodenic, but I'm definitely not as like calm and wise as he is.
You balance each other out in that way.
Yeah. I feel like I'd probably be someone like maybe like Doom Dragon a bit. He's like a little chaotic, but likes to have fun. I think that's like I think that's like I don't know. I feel like that's more my personality. I'm a bit eccentric at times.
I like that. And in terms of attacks, what kind of attacks does that dragon have?
So he throws like big balls of fire, and he's just basically all about the fire. And he also has a clone, except I don't have any siblings, so
Yeah, he's got a really cool play style. He focuses on misdirection. So he can create a clone of himself that flies out, and people often get tricked into thinking it's actually him. And so, but then when they hit it, it explodes and they get lava all over them. And he also, his ultimate is he shoots out a glob of lava, which is really him. So he's like turned into a glob of lava, and he leaves behind a clone. So people, if he does it at the right moment, they won't realize what he shot was actually himself. And so they'll attack the clone that's left in his place, and it'll blow up on him.
He is a stealth mastermind. That is so cool.
Yeah, exactly.
I love it. There's just so many different things. Know.
I was gonna say, sign me up. That's who I'm playing when I get my hands on this game. Yep, I want to do that. You said shoot it in lava, clones, misdirection. I'm all about it. That is a magician dragon right there. I'm so excited.
He's really funny too. He says he's like, it's time to turn up the heat. It's great.
Perfect. We love a dragon with a good sense of humor around here.
This goes 100%. For both devs. Do you guys have any advice for people looking to start their first indie project?
Scope. I mean, try to find something that you think you can finish in X amount of time, and then cut it in half. This game originally Breakwaters started because I was making a game that I couldn't make on my own, and I didn't find funding for it. And then I was like, I have to make a game I can ship without help. So I figured out what the minimum was and tried to scope way down. And then I had ideas for how I could add on to it. But that's where this game started. And so far I'm relatively safe. I think I feature crept quite a bit, and I kind of need help now, but definitely scope, start small, and then find tools you're comfortable with. If you want to use GameMaker, great. If you want to use Unity or Unreal, great. But get comfortable with it, and don't push too hard. Use what you're good at, and so it's kind of the less is more.
I would say my recommendation is write out the idea that you want to build, and then choose 1/10 of that idea and make that your game. And focus on that tiny little, figure out how to make a game out of just that one little 1/10. And I would also say get very familiar, related to what you're building, get very familiar with what's on the Unity Asset Store. Because some of those assets you can find out there, if you were to build them from scratch, right, it might take you, 4 or 5 months to build that asset, or you could just click a button and instantly have it in your game. So finding ways to leverage what's out there instead of building stuff yourself is a huge part of it.
Very cool.
I love getting these different perspectives from different teams and seeing where y'all differ, but also where you overlap. Because I love that the unifying idea there was like, take your idea and then do less. that was very much present in both of your responses. And I think that is something that anyone who has ever tried to make a game, I'm sure, got a chuckle out of that, because that is so true, and such a good piece of starting advice. And I think it can lead to some really interesting choices as well. I know some of my favorite indie games that I've played have been born out of being restricted, whether it's with tools, time, or budget. So they modify their original concept and end up with something so unique and so different from anything we've seen before, because they leaned into their limitations instead of trying to ignore them.
Definitely. For me, it's very much a listen to what the game is trying to tell you it wants to be.
I like that. I like that a lot. Heck yeah.
Same. We have another question that if you could work on any game or project or franchise, what would it be? Past or present?
That's really quite difficult, because I mean, I love so many different games. I would love to have worked on, a Zelda game or SimCity or From Dust or any of those. That's a difficult one. There's a lot of games that I respect, so I don't think I have a good straight answer, because I would choose 5.
It's an easy one for me. My all-time favorite game by far was Warcraft 3 growing up, and it absolutely broke my heart to see its rework be such a disaster and be the lowest rated game of all time. I really wish I could have built that for them instead. I could have really made it something special. So if I could work on any game, it would have been the Warcraft 3 rework, and making it just an amazing game that pays tribute to the original, which in my opinion was one of the greatest games of all time.
We both just labeled really big games, which is easy to love them. I do want to give a shout out to something like Dear Esther is a small game that's amazing, and there's so many great, amazing indie games out there. I'm jealous I didn't get to work on them too.
I was going to say, I don't want to step on chat's toes, because I know everyone's been submitting such wonderful questions today, but something that I love asking when I get to chat with indie devs, because I feel like y'all have your fingers on the pulse of the indie dev / indie game industry. Do you have some favorite indie games that you didn't work on?
Oh yeah, that's an excellent question.
Let me pull up my Steam library.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I often find indie devs have some of the best game recommendations, especially with like hidden gems that some of us, especially some of us in chat, may not have heard of before. And I always love hearing, what inspires y'all and peers' work that you appreciate and enjoy playing. I always think it says a lot about a game if someone who makes games for a living can still enjoy sitting down and playing a game themselves,
Yeah.
I have a weird response to that sometimes, because for me it's a don't meet your heroes. Sometimes a great game, I don't want to work on it because I want to play it. But then sometimes I look at a game and I'm like, oh, I wished I could work on that because I have this great idea, or I think I could do this thing really well. Like Sail Forth. I think Sailforth could be a lot of fun to work on. Now, I happen to be making water right now, and they have some neat water and sailing and islands. And so sometimes it's just because I want to do a small part of a game. But I usually try to avoid my heroes.
That makes sense. I feel that.
So you're saying an indie game that we really like recently? Was that what the question?
Yeah, just something you've played or something out there that you appreciate.
Have you guys heard of Chronicon?
No, tell me about it.
So it's like a Diablo-style dungeon crawler, and apparently it was written by just one guy, and but somehow it's like parts of it can be like more fun than playing Diablo 3, honestly. And it's and it's so nice to see one guy go out and have this labor of love, and now he's sold almost 1 million copies, and it's only and it was just released recently. So and he's he's selling for like $15 a piece too. So he just poured his heart out into his favorite genre, created this really cool, really tight product, and now is being rewarded big time for it.
Wow,
that's
That is
amazing. I want to
amazing
make
to
sure.
hear.
I want to make sure I get the name down. You said Chronicon, right?
Yep.
All right, I gotta check that out later.
Definitely.
Oh,
and if did anyone have a question?
Oh, I think I remembered a really good indie game. So it's called Children of Morta, and it's really cool. So it's like a roguelite game, and you play as this family, and like the combat is super fun, and you kind of just go like dungeon crawling, and like there's actually a really cool story, and the world is pretty cool too, and you can play it multiplayer too, so you can like it's like co-op either on same screen or like I think like you can do it like on different computers too. But yeah, I really like that game.
Interesting. Children of Morta, you said?
Yeah, and it's like you'll play as like the dad and then the daughter, and then like they have like 2 sons, and then like the grandpa's in it. And it's like it's really cool. All the family members have different like abilities and things.
I love the sound
That
of
is
that.
really
I'm gonna have
cool.
to check that out.
We're getting the rundown on so many indie games now.
Yeah, thank you all. And if anyone's just joining us, where can they find you and learn more about your game before we move to the next segment?
You can find info about Breakwaters on Twitter at GameStoring, and we have a live Kickstarter right now. So if you search Breakwaters on Kickstarter, you should find it.
Awesome.
And you can find Tournament of Tamers on our website at buggaming.com, and you can search for our Instagram, Bug Gaming, and then also on Facebook, if you just look up Tournament of Tamers, that'll be us.
Great. Thank you guys. Really appreciate it.
Perfect.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us. Have a good one.
Being here. Thanks for being here, guys.
Thank
Guys, a
you.
huge shout out to Mac and Cheese as well. She is joining us and leaving us, but she has graced us with her presence. Huge shout out to her. And thank you, developers, for sharing with us these amazing games. We definitely look forward to a future with them.
Thank you.
And if
I
you
was
guys
gonna
stay
say-
tuned. Ooh, go ahead.
Thank you so much. This was my first time getting to chat with Mac and Cheese, and you were just an absolute delight. Thank you for your
thank you.
expert gaming skills earlier in our first game. And then, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Steph, but I did want to make sure I got to say a thank you for that.
No.
Card gaming like a pro earlier, Mac.
Oh, thank you.
Definitely. No problem. If you guys stay tuned, chat, we will have Republic of Jungle up next. I hope you guys enjoy the trailer.
Yet another leak from the Bite House today shows how unpopular President Puma is among his own staff. Puma says he will sniff them out, but apparently he has lost his sense of smell. Join me tonight for an intriguing story which is really for pure entertainment and massive ad revenue, but we'll pretend we care. You do too. This is Fiona Fox from JBC News. We'll be back after the commercials. Are you looking for a fun party game to play with all your friends? Lucky you, look no further. Republic of Jungle can accommodate 5 to 10 players. We know you're that popular. It's a fun party game with deduction, deception, and a little test for your friendships. Don't miss out. Try Republic of Jungle today. Don't have controllers? No problem. Use your phones as a controller. Dealing with the pandemic? Play remotely. Don't have any friends? Join our community. Go to republicofjungle.com today to find out more. That's R-E-P. Nope, I'm not going to spell that. It's on the screen. Go there and check it out. And we're back. Yet another leak from the Bite House today shows how unpopular President Puma is among his own staff. Puma says he will sniff them out, but apparently he has lost his sense of smell. Join me tonight for an intriguing story which is really for pure entertainment and massive ad revenue, but we'll pretend we care. You do too. This is Fiona Fox from JBC News. We'll be back after the commercials. Are you looking for a fun party game to play with all your friends? Lucky you, look no further. Republic of Jungle can accommodate 5 to 10 players. We know you're that popular. It's a fun party game with deduction, deception, and a little test for your friendships. Don't miss out. Try Republic of Jungle today. Don't have controllers? No problem. Use your phones as a controller. Dealing with the pandemic? Play remotely. Don't have any friends? Join our community. Go to republicofjungle.com today to find out more. That's R-E-P. Nope, I'm not going to spell that. It's on the screen. Go there and check it out.
And we're back. Yet another leak from the Bite House today shows how unpopular President Puma is among his own staff. Puma says he will sniff them out, but apparently he has lost his sense of smell. Join me tonight for an intriguing story which is really for pure entertainment and massive ad revenue, but we'll pretend we care. You do too. This is Fiona Fox from JBC News. We'll be back after the commercials.
Are you looking for a fun party game to play with all your friends? Lucky you. Look no further. Republic of Jungle can accommodate 5 to 10 players. We know you're that popular. It's a fun party game with deduction, deception, and a little test for your friendships. Don't miss out. Try Republic of Jungle today. Don't have controllers? No problem. Use your phones as a controller. Dealing with the pandemic? Play remotely. Don't have any friends? Join our community. Go to republicofjungle.com today to find out more. That's R-E-P. Nope, I'm not going to spell that. It's on the screen. Go there and check it out.
And we're back.
All right, welcome everybody to day 3 of PAX Online with ClickPlay.
I'm so excited for this. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. For a second, I was like, we have someone here to welcome us. Wonderful.
I did the same.
Hi. If you are just joining us, we are fortunate enough today to be joined by 2 of the devs of Republic of Jungle. Welcome on in, Moeen and Kasra. It's good to have you here. How are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
Good. Thank you for having us.
Oh my gosh, thank you. We are so excited to be checking this game out. I am hooked already just from the trailer. The tongue-in-cheek style of humor is right up my alley, and I love the so clearly defined world that you've built with these anthropomorphic animals. I love that it's the Bite House instead of the White House. All those little touches were just so cute. So tell us about Republic of Jungle. It's a Jackbox style party game. How does it work?
Yeah, thanks for noticing all those little details. It's really heartwarming. So yeah, Republic of Jungle is a party game for 5 to 10 players. The genre is social deduction, and we don't have to explain what social deduction is thanks to Among Us anymore. But it's basically based on some tabletop like party games, classic party games like Mafia, Werewolf, Resistance. We take a lot of inspiration from those games, and the story of the game, the theme is in Republic of Jungle. It's a alternate reality where animals basically have a country that is like the super wow power, and there's a lot of tensions in the country and in the Bite House, which is the parallel of White House in that world. The main characters of the world is President Puma, who is in office, and also Fiona Fox, which is a reporter. They basically represent the 2 teams in the game. So players play as 2 teams, leakers versus loyalists. So everybody, all the players are the staff of the White House. Some of them are leaking information out of the White House to undermine President Puma, but some of them are loyalists to President Puma. And that's basically the story. So you may want to be a leaker and do some covert stuff to undermine the loyalists, and the goal of loyalists is to basically sniff out the leakers, find out who's leaking information, and exclude them from their tasks. And the style of the game, the way to play the game is just like Jackbox. You use your phone or any device with a browser to connect to the game, and you can play it in a room, in a setup with a couch and TV, or you can play it on Zoom, any kind of video chat, or on a stream on Twitch, or any kind of streaming platform, basically. And we also are thinking about some streaming integration features that make the streaming experience more fun and have like audience engagement features built into the game. So that's like an overall view of the game. Yeah.
So what you're currently watching is
cool concept.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
So what you're currently watching is one of the streams of the game that we had during the PAX Online. This was played on Click Play Live. Shout out to them. And yeah.
I have to say, I feel like even just from that initial introduction, you have so many bases covered of, talking about a future development of, unique audience interaction mechanics is fantastic for streaming and for connecting with your audience and for engaging them in the game as well. But I love, especially in 2020, this is so perfect to play with your friends remotely, like via a Zoom call. I love that. Anything that helps us stay connected nowadays. But also, I love the idea of couch co-op. I know a lot of families who have been quarantined together for a long time, who have been playing the same games over and over and are so tired of it. This is such a great way to kind of inject a new life and have something that you can do couch co-op style with family members that you may have been quarantined with for quite some time now. So I love that across the board, it feels like there's so many different ways to maximize the value here as a player already.
Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, on that point, when pandemic started, like we started working on this game in February, I think, on this prototype that we were working on. So we had a prototype and we wanted to playtest the game. And like I think in March we went into lockdown in Seattle. And the only way we could playtest the game was over Zoom with all our friends. So Republic of Jungle was the main thing that like every other day brought us all together on a Zoom call and we played the game. And so it was very fun and it was a great experience.
It's a little bit weird to say that, like, it's one of the challenges about making party games, and the reason a lot of indie devs kind of shy away from it is that it's really hard to get those initial groups of people excited, and it's really hard to playtest the game because it's just not like a downloadable that I give you and you go play on your own time and come back, give me feedback. It's like, get together, let's play a game. And in a weird way, the pandemic and lockdown helped us because everybody was looking for activities to do. And I was like, oh, come on, play test the game with us. And I think Castra will tell us more about the history of how we built the game, but it was basically, we had a lot of prototypes and we had a lot of play tests with our friends, but once we had started developing this seriously, a big challenge for us to get people together on a regular basis, consistent, get them excited about the game and run play tests. And just having people have fun and feel that they have socialized after the game through this game was really meaningful and fulfilling for us too. And it kind of worked out, at least in those early stages for us.
Yeah, just to add to that, like we had this schedule for playtestings, right? There were days that we didn't have any scheduled playtests, but people were messaging us and saying, "Can we play the game today? Do you guys want to play the game? Or can we take the game and play with our own friends?" And we were like, "Sure, do it."
That's amazing.
So it was really good.
That kind of feedback, as you were saying, it can be tough to get everyone in one place pre-pandemic to actually playtest these kinds of things, and to have them coming to you and be like, "So, could we maybe play the game some more?" That really speaks to how much people are liking it and how much it's resonating with people. And I will say, so the question that I'm sure a lot of chat is wondering, especially as the game Among Us is so popular right now, how is this different from games that are social deduction games that already exist? How is it different from Jackbox and others?
Moin, do you want to take that?
Sure. So the main difference about, so we had the original idea of the social deduction game from our own social deduction, tabletop style game nights, basically. We were a group of friends. We played a lot of games in the genre. We love the genre, but it's so inconvenient sometimes to play these games. There are a lot of closing eyes, moderation, things go wrong. Cards are flipped at the wrong time. There is a lot of technical difficulty with these games. And a lot of the times we would play Go Jackbox because it was so convenient. And it came naturally to us that, okay, so why doesn't someone make this game on this Jackbox platform? Because it's just a natural fit. The game base mechanic is based on sharing secrets between players and taking covert actions and hidden roles. So if everybody has a phone that communicates between the players, you don't need a moderator. A lot of actions go easier. And Castro will give you more details. He has like some examples of how we leverage this in the game. But to answer your question, it gives you an experience that is similar to tabletop games, but it has mechanics that you cannot simply implement in a tabletop setting, because if you wanted to implement that, it would take a moderator to spend 10 minutes calculating everything and spreading information in envelopes between people, which is not practical. But because everybody has a phone, now we have unique mechanics that make it much easier and faster. And so if a typical werewolf game takes an hour or 2 hours, this is going to give you a rich experience with more nuances in like 30 minutes or 20 minutes. So we love social deduction games, and this was a game that 3 years ago we thought, I wish somebody made this game. And a lot of people since then tackled social deduction, but they went kind of a different direction. Like with Among Us, you can see it's an online game, and you play as like a single player. And there are a lot of other similar games that went towards the online experience of social deduction. But we wanted to keep that experience of party game, people coming together, and elevate that. And it also has other aspects of, for streamers, for example, when you play Among Us, like your viewers kind of play with you just as you in the game. But in a game like this, you can bring in the viewers as contributors to the game, because they're also watching the same, TV screen, the same host as you, and they have their own guesses about who's lying, who's not lying, and they can contribute in some ways, because the platform, is basically using your phone as a controller. They can have their own viewer controller and be a part of the experience, be a part of the game rather than your playthrough of the game. Sorry,
so
it went too long.
Regarding the streaming part, one thing that we noticed is that since Republic of Jungle doesn't show any secret information on the main screen, same as Jackbox, all your secret info is on your phone when you're playing the game. So the viewers doesn't necessarily see the game, so they can have their own guesses, as Moin said, and also contribute to the game. And one other thing I wanted to add about Among Us is that, you've played Among Us, and you know that Among Us is mostly played muted, so no one should talk during the game except for the discussion phases. But in Republic of Jungle, it's all about talking and socializing and discussing different findings that you had in the game, all the power-ups that you got, all the actions you took on your phone, and trying to bluff or deduct or all the other things that we have in the game to figure out what the good team, like the Leakers team and the Loyalist team is.
So as a fan of social deduction, if I wanted to play in my bedroom a social deduction game, I would definitely go Among Us. If I wanted to play with my friends on video chat or have a game night, I would play Republic of Jungle. It's the same genre, but really different experiences.
That definitely makes sense. And I really like that you brought up that distinction of how often you talk in it, because, one of the things that I think a lot of people enjoy about watching Among Us is it's silent, it's tense, it's quiet, and then it erupts into conversation just here and there. And so that's less about socializing with your friends and more about those short bursts of just grilling each other. And I like that this has more of that blend of coming together and socializing throughout the entire duration of the game. Like if I were, and I love that you brought up, like, if you're just playing a game alone in your bedroom, you'll boot up Among Us. But if you want to socialize, this is the party game for people you actually know and want to spend time with. And I really, really like that distinction. I think that's really unique.
100%. I also want to touch on the idea that you brought up, that you are a fan of social deduction games in general. And like, I've played tabletop versions of social deduction games, and this is super reminiscent on a digital platform, and especially with things like COVID and the way we are right now, having this with people that I used to be able to play those games with face to face and have that interaction with, this is a fantastic alternative.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Glad to hear that.
I have a question myself, because whenever I am also a fan of tabletop, and I've played a lot of Resistance for example, and I know for me personally, I always like to play as the good guys trying to sniff out the bad guys, because I do not have a good poker face and I get very, very stressed. Do you personally have a preference of which side you like to play as when y'all play this game?
It's cool that you mentioned the Resistance. Our base mechanics of the games are very similar to Resistance, so like it's going to have this. You're going to have the same kind of feeling. So the leaker side is more stressful, but I like the stressful part, and I like to be a leaker usually. I don't know about Moeen though.
I sometimes, it really depends on the mood. I sometimes don't have the energy to be there. It definitely takes more energy to be a leaker. But we have one of the interesting things that we have tried to do, and it is, we are getting some good feedback on it, is the fact that there are no boring roles, because we have some special powers and some mechanics that really the platform allows us to have these, as I mentioned earlier. So even if you're like a regular staffer, we call it, like a regular classic good guy in social deduction games, a lot of times people say that's a boring role. I want to be the guy that is backstabbing. I want to be the guy with secret information. But in our game, all the roles have something to hide and have something to deduct, and even if you are a regular guy, there is a chance that an event comes up and you have a special power and you investigate someone, and now you have to carefully communicate your information, because if you give away too much, it can be abused by the other team. But if you don't give it at all away, then you're not helping your teammates. So that tension exists for all the players involved in the game, and we're really trying to keep it fun for all the roles.
Interesting. Oh, I like that. It's strategic all around.
Yeah, so all the staffers, when they receive a power to take an action, and when they want to announce the result of that action, there's a risk and reward coming with that. So like the reward is that you guide your team going forward, that this person is a leaker, right? But there is also a risk that the leakers might use that to win the game. Like at the very end, they get a chance to guess who the agent is. Like agent is one of the roles in the game, and the agent doesn't receive a power. So based on who received the power, they can eliminate them from the guesses, and then like correctly choose who the actual agent is and win the game at the very end.
Oh man! Oh, I would get so mad. I were playing the game all game long, playing well, and at the last minute they came in and I would get so mad just thinking about it.
Definitely. On that note, are there any additional roles, or are there any ideas to adding additional roles later down the line?
Yes. Go ahead.
Go ahead, sorry. So we have a few roles on the loyalist side. The agent who technically knows all the leakers on their phone, so they get a message on their phone with the names of all the leakers on the leakers team. But the twist is that the agents shouldn't play so obvious, because if the leakers lose the game inside the game, like if they can't successfully leak 3 missions, at the very end they get one last chance to guess who the agent is, the person who knows everyone on the leakers team. If they guess correctly, they will win the game. So the agent has the hardest role on the loyalist side. On the leaker side, we have a testifier who's the person who has to testify against the agent at the very end. And what am I missing? There's a trustee on the loyalist side who gets two names. One name is the actual agent on the loyalist side, and the second name is a faker technically on the leaker side. We have a faker role on the leaker side that they have to fake being an agent to try to say, I am the agent, trust me. And the trustee is supposed to somehow protect the agent's identity and lead his or her own team to winning the game, the loyalist team.
So basically, it's really hard to like probably explain the details right now, but there is an undercurrent of information, and there are roles that have imperfect information, but they're trying to deduct some more information and also share it. And one of the goals that we have is to make the game accessible no matter how hardcore you are in the social deduction spectrum. Like there are people who really like difficult roles, and as you play the game and you get better, you really want to experience something more. And again, the platform allows us to have a very basic mode, which we call like simple mode or no roles mode. You can play the game with basic mechanics with no roles, and you can add roles as you progress in the game and get better, and your group gets better at the game. And another mechanic that we have is a special powers, and we want to eventually have different progression and different you can customize the game for yourself and add these powers as you like or you don't like. So ultimately, we're hoping to make this game resonate with social deduction fans, regardless of what their specific game is, because they can find something that they love in one of the other games, in the board games, in Republic of Jungle, and they can customize the mode or play one of the, play with some configuration that makes sense for them and they love. And because the game is moderated by the code, and you don't have a human moderator, we have this ability to kind of balance the game to a finer grain, basically, and and we collect data on all. We collect the result of the games. We analyze how the balance is going. We can be much more data driven and methodical in our game design, and we're constantly working with our current group of playtesters, and we get feedback from them. Some of them are very casual, some of them are very hardcore. They want different things, and our goal is to basically this be a game that if you like social deduction, but if you have friends that are skeptical about it, you happily go and share and say, no, it's easy to learn, and you'll learn and you get better at it. So kind of make it accessible in terms of from casual to hardcore gamers.
I love that so much. I can't tell you how many times I have friends who sit me down trying to learn new tabletop games, and I'm sure they're great games, but it is so overwhelming if there's only one game mode and you're new and there's a million rules and there's different things and it's explaining different roles. And I love that you have different kind of like essentially difficulty levels of how you're customizing the game. So people who are really excited to share this game with friends who might be nervous to try something new, you can start them off with, limited roles, really just basic core mechanics, and teach them without intimidating them. Because games like this, I think people can get caught up in all the rules and the different intricacies and the layers to it before they even try it. But at its core, once you just nail those basic mechanics, it's so much fun. Oh my gosh, it's so much fun to get into the nitty-gritties of it,
Yes.
Definitely.
Yeah, and to add on that, the fact that, sorry.
No, go, please.
The fact that we have these phones on everybody's, because one of the things that basically ruins a lot of these games is people, like especially new players, asking a question at the wrong time, or like asking a question that gives away information. And it's like a very basic question about a basic mechanic. So because you have a phone, we are working on adding contextual tips. So you get a tip of what this thing means, so you don't have to ask. And we have like a guidebook in there where you you forget something, you can just look it up in the experience. So the ramping up and the learning experience is going to be much easier than a tabletop format, because as soon as the game starts, you can't ask every question, because if you ask, what did this role do? Because that means you probably have that role, and the game is done right then. So that's also another benefit.
That is so smart. I had a friend who played Among Us for the first time ever the other day, and during the first break where they could talk, she was like, how do we access the vents again? What button is that? And everyone was like, okay, well, only the imposters can use that, so we're voting you off the vote. And I have definitely been that friend before in tabletop games where you're sitting there like, how do I ask a question without making it obvious that I am the bad guy? So I love that so much. Having something subtle to allow players to, check that on their own without giving away their hand. I think that's so smart. I do want to make sure we get a chance to ask this question from chat, because I think this is a great question. We've talked a lot about the benefits of this game being played, with our friends that we already know on Zoom. But is there any possibility of having public lobbies for this game?
That's something that we're thinking about right now, to see if we want to add matchmaking and public lobbies. The challenge with that is that one thing we noticed is that this game is best when you play it with voice chat and not using text chat. It's going to be hard to let total strangers to play with voice chat, right? There are challenges with that. So we're trying to see what options we have, and if we have to integrate text chat in the game, if the game is as fun as having face-to-face or at least voice chat going on. So if the game is fun just using the text chat, then that's something that we're going to do. But that's something that we're going to figure out in near future.
Yeah, our core priority is obviously to have a good, fun party game that you love to play with your friends. That's our core priority. If we can get into, or friends or community, your stream, that's all our priority, because these are people that you know and you want to have fun with. But we are open to exploring, and we have some ideas about exploring the online option. And as Kasra said, it's something that we consider as one of the, the future scopes, depending on how our core scope goes. But it's definitely something that is doable, and I think the game can be played in that format too.
Yeah, to give you an example, playing Among Us with your friends on voice chat is much more fun than playing it on a public lobby only using text chat. It's easier to deduct and figure out who the imposter is and those kind of things. And I think it's much more important in our game because it's heavily discussion focused. And if you just want to type in the chat, it's going to be much harder.
That definitely makes sense. I mean, so much of these deduction games is thinking and sometimes overthinking people's tone of voice, their tells, especially, oh my gosh, when you play with people you know really well, everyone has that one friend that giggles when they're lying, and they just can't, as soon as they start to tell a lie, they get nervous and they laugh, or you can hear it in their voice. And I definitely agree with what you're saying. If it makes sense and it's fun to play it that way, that'll be an awesome experience. But I like that y'all are really focused on making it the best experience it can be for its intended audience. And being a party game is something that's so unique about this. And I really like that.
Cool.
Definitely.
Thank you.
We did have another question in chat is, how does the game change as the number of players increase?
The number of, we have this task force in the game, right? You have to, every turn, one of the players becomes a leader and have to take some of the other players on a task force with themselves. And if one of the leakers end up being on that task force, they can leak the mission and cause the mission to fail. When the number of players increases, the number of people you have to put on each of these task forces also increases to make the game harder for the loyalists. I mean, to keep the game balanced, technically. So increasing the number of players doesn't cause the game to be not balanced for one of the teams. that's one of the things that changes. Right now, we also have recommendations on the roles that should be included in each of the games, depending on the number of players. Like for the 6-player game, we don't recommend adding the trustee and the faker. Our recommendation is to only play with the agent and the testifier. What else? Can you think of anything else, Moin?
No, it's basically based on, the basic mechanic of the game changes, as you said, the scale, speed players, and also the roles that you can add to the game increases as add players. And we have some ideas about we're gonna have more special powers and how special powers are handled, and we probably gonna have the same kind of recommendation that this power works better with 10-player games, and also like for mid-core or hardcore audience, we probably gonna have like as I talked about a customization, like recommendations that this is an advanced power for 8 players plus. But it's basically the complexity of the game increases as you add players by itself too, because it's a discussion based, and when you add one player, it's basically exponentially you're adding pairs of people that have to be on the same page.
Awesome. Well, honestly, I can't thank y'all enough for joining us today. This game looks like so much fun. I know I'm looking forward to it, and I'm sure many of our viewers right now are as well. So if anybody wants to stay up to date with the development of the game, updates, when it's coming out, all that good stuff, how can they stay in touch with y'all?
So we have a Steam page. Make sure to wishlist us on Steam page to support us. We have a Twitter feed. You can follow us on Twitter at Republic Jungle. We couldn't put the whole Republic of Jungle handle there. Twitter didn't allow us. They have a limit on the words. And what else? You can access our alpha version on our website, republicofjungle.com. It's live right now, so you just have to get a key. We have an interactive tutorial. You can learn the game on our website, and then you can try the web version of our alpha version there. You can also join our Discord server if you want to find groups of people to play the game with. And that's it. We have the link to our Discord server on our website too, republicofjungle.com.
Yeah, republicofjungle.com. Everything's there. Go there.
Go to the website, everyone. You heard it here. Well, thank you so much, Kasra and Moeen, for joining us today. The game looks like a lot of fun. I can't wait to check it out. And I appreciate you taking the time to chat with us. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, guys. And for all of our lovely, wonderful viewers watching right now, stick around. Don't go anywhere, because next up, we are going to be chatting about the upcoming game Calico. So hang tight while we play a trailer for Calico.
Every day is something new. When my day begins with you, we've got everything we need. As long as I've got you and you've got me. Do, is something new. When my day begins with you, we've got everything we need. As long as I've got you and you've got me. If you're down and need a friend, I'll be there till the end. Through it all, I'm by your side. Whatever comes our way, rain or shine. Up belly, moonshine, moonshine. Up belly, moonshine, moonshine. Up belly, moonshine, moonshine. I just want to stay in with you.
Welcome back,
Oh my
guys.
gosh.
How'd you enjoy the cats and the animals and everything? We already know that Nega is losing her mind right now about all of this.
Oh my gosh.
Look
Oh my gosh.
at her
Jiggle
face.
physics. Jiggle physics. I held the cat and there was jiggle physics. Going back and forth with the cat and its little paws were swinging around. You could pick up the little baby bear and you could show it to the mama bear, and then the little baby bear had little jiggle physics, and then you could ride a giant cat in the water, and then there was the broom and the stars. And I love it. I want it now. Can I play it now? I love it so much. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's magical girls. It's cats. It's animals. You can pet the dog. There's a fox. It's called Calico. There were cute clothes. The furniture had ears on it. I want it. I want it.
It's
now.
raining. It's literally raining cats on screen.
I'm so happy. Tears are in my eyes. I'm so happy this game exists. Holy moly. Oh my gosh, Kels, welcome on in. I bow at your feet for making this game. This is the most exciting thing that has ever happened to me in my entire life. Sorry to any other good things that have ever existed. This takes the cake. Welcome on in. I'll say to chat, like, I hope you're as excited for this game as I am, but no, it's not possible.
I don't think it's possible.
I don't think it is.
I'm claiming it. I'm claiming top tier excitement of this game. Oh my gosh, I have 1,000 questions, and I will not do that to you. I will not unleash everything in my brain right now. But can you?
We've got a lot of time. So.
Oh my gosh, where did the idea for this come from?
It kind of just seemed obvious to me. I know it sounds really silly, but it made me think of, in the old indie days, like you could just be like, I'm the first person who thought of this thing, and everyone's like, wow, that's really cool. You can do that with a lot of cat stuff. So not enough cat games. So it actually
not enough cat games.
Yeah, also I'd like to thank the past, couple decades of jiggle physics for helping me.
This has been the best use of jiggle physics I think I have ever seen.
Oh my god.
It's really No, you can go. I'm playing here.
Oh my gosh, I can't even tell you. I have 3 cats, and one of them, Timothy, loves it when you scoop him up and you hold him under his armpits, exactly like that, and you just jiggle him back and forth, and he just has like stoic face. Like he just does. he's a lump of a cat. He literally doesn't care what you do. He's just happy that he's getting affection in any way, you know? And so we'll pick Timothy up and we'll just swing him back and forth, and you sing a little song about how cute he is. And like, those are the things where when I'm playing game and I see a cat in a game, I want to pick them up and go, you're so cute. But no one has ever done that before. No one's made that possible. And you have brought my dream to life. I'm so excited. It looks like there's so many unique ways that you can engage with the cats in this. Besides, you know, squudging them up and testing out the jiggle physics, what are some of the other interactions you can have with the cats in this game?
Yeah, well, the other exciting thing too is that it's not just cats. We have like 13 different species of animals. We have, we have cats and dogs and red pandas and raccoons and capybaras, deer, boars, bears, horses. And hopefully there will be more in DLC after as well. So I kind of, the way that we made the game, it's a 2-person team mainly, and then we have a bunch of other people helping, is I wanted you to be able to have direction if that's like the mood you're in, but also just be able to kind of like chill out with some animals. Also, this is an old build, so you're going to see some pretty fun little animal physics bugs. Like this is a red panda, not a cat. Hello. I can hug it. You can put it on your head. You can get on the cat and then put the cat on the cat's head.
I think we lost Nega. I think Nega's having an overload of cute.
You are losing Nega right now. It is amazing.
You can put one animal on top of another animal.
Put a smaller one on top of a larger one, and then have one on your head, and then ride around.
We didn't get stacking quite in there, so you can't stack like 50 cats, which is unfortunate. But
sure,
yeah. So hold on, I have to remember what Kiva told us to do. So you're in it's kind of it's got some Animal Crossing aspects to it where you're maintaining a community. You've inherited your aunt's cat cafe, and you're kind of starting from scratch again to bring it back to the community. You're on a star-shaped island on a heart-shaped village on a star-shaped island. And okay, we want to decorate a cake right now. Yeah, this is our little cafe.
I love it. I'm going to address this real quick before we get any farther in explanation. The game is choppy on our stream right now, guys, and that is super unfortunate because it's not doing this game justice. But please know that when you do play the game, it is going to be smoothly run. You will be able to enjoy every aspect of jiggle physics, cats and pandas and bears alike. But please enjoy everything we are sharing for you here today.
Yeah, also, unfortunately, it plays super well, even on my terrible PC. But all the other streaming things that go on top of that, I make a lot of little tunnels for stuff to go through. Okay, I just decorated this cake. It's obviously gorgeous.
It's beautiful. Chef's kiss. Love it. I have to ask because I'm all about customization. Can you, 2-part question, can you name the cat cafe? Like, can you rename it yourself? And then can you name all of these animals you interact with?
So you can't rename the cafe, but you can rename any of the animals in your party. So there's going to be a party system of animals that follow you, animals that you set to stay at the cafe, and animals that you like have roam free. And there's like a bunch that you can have at once. And yeah, you can name them and you'll have them in your little journal. Let's see, I have to talk to Kiva.
I'm staking claim to naming a red panda Shifu. I'm just throwing that out there now. I have to name a red panda Shifu. I'm calling that one now.
there are some already named animals, and those are actually the Kickstarter backer animals that will be in, which is really exciting. They all have like really, really wonderful, cute animals. There's one that's a ferret with his little tongue sticking out. Really makes me happy. Okay, so we got money from Kiva, so I'm gonna buy something. So we have some furniture that we can buy from Catboy Oliver. There are a lot of, basically everyone on the island is magical. So there's, there's some cat boys, there's some owl girls. We're gonna pass an owl girl here. Just having a good time.
Do you ever see a game and not realize that it's everything you ever wanted in your life until it's right there in front of you? Because I'm having an out-of-body experience right now. I'm so excited. I don't even know where to begin. Oh my gosh, this is so gorgeous. And I want to say, props to the vision of the look for this, because it's so unique. The art style is so clearly defined and has such a strong voice for this game, and it somehow feels like comforting and nostalgic without feeling like we've seen it before, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I spent probably like 3 whole months of early development just making one piece of concept art, which was like, because my strong suit is not color schemes, so I literally spent that whole time being like, if I can get the perfect color scheme and the perfect like idea down on just one picture, then that helps enormously. Because our first demo that we had of this had like these really bright greens, and you'd be like, oh, bright colors, that'll be great. But it was like too much, and it was actually abrasive, and just spending that time like really, really figuring it out made everything so much easier than having to like iterate over and over again once you've made all the 3D stuff, which takes a lot longer.
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy this bookcase. Someone made this bookcase in real life, and it kills me every day I think about it.
That is fantastic. I love it.
Oh my God. I am so excited. I'm going to tell you right away, my brain went to the cosplays I'm going to do with me and my cats of this. I have a cat that happily sits on my shoulders, and I'm already thinking of how to train her with treats to sit on my head for a photo shoot of this, because magical girl with cats it's asking to be cosplayed, essentially.
Oh, and then in the full game, the character that I am right now is actually just a character in the game, but you'll have a character creator, which is really nice. And that we spent a lot of time on as well, because I wanted the character creator to be able to like be as diverse as the characters that I was making manually. And it's really hard to find references for that, because it just doesn't happen that often. But once we did it, it was like actually the tech to this is pretty easy. It's just hard to find references for other people doing it. So I'm really excited for people to see that.
I was going to say, that's also amazing to hear, now the next time that an indie dev sets out to do something like that, there will be more references available, because now you have created them, and it's really pushing the industry forward in terms of hopefully what more people look to do in the future. Everyone deserves to see themselves reflected in character creation, and I think that's something that a lot of people haven't prioritized addressing until now. So I love hearing that was a priority for you with this.
Yeah, and I really found that out because this is our first big game that we're ever doing. How much of game dev that you just assume you can do or can't do based on what's been done before. It's not a copying thing, and it's not like I just wanted to make it like everything else. But it's hard to tell. A lot of game devs looking stuff up, and you only look it up if you think it's possible at all. So yeah, it was a big thing of trying to remember, like, just because I haven't seen it before, it doesn't mean it's not possible, and to really, really try to break those boundaries.
I love that.
So I have a question. You said you were mentioning about adding a character creator. I wonder, is there, like, with all the different cats in the game, is there any way that like people could have maybe a cat character creator as well, so that Nega could like make her actual cat in the game and then have him sit on her actual head of her created character as well?
That's definitely, we have that in possibly post-launch in the future. It'll kind of depend. I was actually listening to one of the devs earlier today on here talking about, you make the scope of your game and then you cut it in half. Our scope of the first game was really, really big. So it ended up being cut into like a quarter, and there's so much we still want to do, like a cat creator. Cat and dog creators, especially the cat creator, they don't change that much. It's just like a fluffier butt or like shorter legs and stuff like that. So I really hope we get that into either a Calico 2 or a future release. I forgot
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited already. Before we conversationally move away from this area, I wanted to ask, I saw that you were putting down that bookshelf in the cafe. What are some of the things that you can improve in the cafe and customize? And then what effects do those have in the game? Is that something where, it makes customers happier when they're there? It attracts more customers? How does that affect gameplay?
Yeah, so there's kind of a couple different things. So mostly it's like we didn't want to force you to decorate a certain way just so that you could further in the game. Because I have played games like that where it's like, well, I don't want it to look like that. So we kind of made it optional. But you do have quests that you do from the villagers. I think there are about 20 villagers. And they all have different things that they want. And some of them want you to place furniture in there and it will help you better friend them. Also, any furniture that you place, the animals will interact with. So they'll use the cat beds or they'll sit on the chairs. And the chairs and tables, the characters will come and they'll sit on them. And there's also a bedroom up here that the animals see. There's a cat on my laptop, which,
That's fitting. That's about right.
And you can decorate this as well up here. Hello. This cat.
Is that a cat-shaped window I just saw upstairs, by the way?
It is. It definitely is.
That was a cat-shaped window, right?
Yep, on both sides, actually. Yep. There's a nice star skylight and a nice cat skylight. Oh, I think there's a window on the other side, too. Let's see. Oh, a little heart one. And then, oh, wait, the poster in this. And I'm so sorry, it's also lagging on my end just because I have 50 programs running and I didn't close Unity, which was a terrible idea. And this cat poster right here, that's my cat. It's a nice, like, artsy rendition.
What's your cat's name?
Well, actually, we call her Kitty. I'm really terrible with animal names. Also, okay, no, the weirdest thing in the world. So, the trash cat that we met, the cat boy that was in the garbage that we bought furniture from. I made his art before I got my second cat. And he's gray and he's got like a little gray hair and he's like totally mischievous and his name is Oliver. And I totally forgot about him for like a couple months. And then I got a kitten, which was the only kitten there. I didn't choose it. It was like the only kitten in the place. And it's gray and has a little white hair and I named it Oliver. It was the weirdest thing. I have no idea, like my subconscious was full on that day apparently. Okay, so we're gonna visit Cat Witch Autumn.
Perfect. Well, we're on our way to Cat Witch Autumn. Can you tell us a little bit more about the art style or what inspired this art style? Because we touched on it earlier that it's absolutely fantastic for this and it's super reminiscent of other things. And I think a lot of people have really enjoyed that as well as the color schemes that are being used.
Yeah, that was when I was trying to do that concept art. A big thing for me was I didn't want to like rely too heavily on appropriating anime, though I had like, it really informs your art when you grow up so much with it. So I kind of wanted to mix it with the other cartoon stuff I love, which is actually like I used to do webcomics. And webcomics, I feel like they get such a unique style from each person who's doing them because you're drawing over and over and over again. It kind of gets that to it. So I would say that kind of like the webcomic-y look was more what I was going for at that point. And I had made a webcomic about magical girls at some point, and that's where Kiva came from. She was my like self-insert, and she's the mayor that you met who's sitting with the cake. Yeah, I mean, we tried so many things, especially I don't even want to like talk about how much time we spent on the outlines. It's definitely been like, it's such a balancing act because you get them too thick and then it just looks busy and grainy. And then if you get them too perfect, then it like doesn't give the look that you're trying to get. So it just took a ton of practice and iteration.
I mean, the end result is well worth the hours and hours of practice because it's so striking and it's such a unique visual style for the game. It's so charming, and it immediately sets the tone for what this world and what this town feel like. I can tell even just the brief moments we've seen that the town almost feels like a character in its own right, which I really like.
Yeah, and it's, again, really funny because I felt like I didn't have to think about, like, what would be unique for this? I was just like, somehow the exact thing I wanted, I just hadn't seen before. And that makes it very easy to make something like that. I think that's just the easiest form of game dev when you have to make, like, your perfect game. And that's all you have to think about.
Yeah.
You're like, do I love this or do I not? And it's a pretty easy question.
So was
also,
that,
you can ride this red panda.
Oh my gosh. Was that a little bit of dialogue that we just saw? Was that exchange part of a quest line?
Yes, I totally got distracted and I just like auto went through that. So that's Autumn, and she runs the potion shop, which as you can see is in a giant terrarium. She grew up in the magic forest, which is over there. And is the last area that you get into. And she took some plants from there to put in her terrarium up here, so she gets a little bit of home. And she is asking you to find her cat Char. It's a black cat with bright green eyes, so that's what we're gonna do right now. And also there's no fall damage, so I'm just gonna whoop.
Well, cats always land on their feet, so that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Piggybacking off of that with the
that.
different... Well, yeah, you completely realize that. But piggybacking off of that question about the dialogue options, are there ever going to be sections where there's like branching dialogue, or there are like multiple kind of ways to go through it?
It's mostly straight quest lines, but you do get different dialogue when you go up to people, the more relationship you have with them. That's definitely, we'd love that for Calico too, though it actually, even with just the non-branching, I feel like we were able to allocate a lot more time to making sure also I'm having a little bug with the cat, that we got to make sure that it fit really well and was kind of really on theme and consistent with what we wanted.
And
because it's kind of hard because you want, oh yeah, no, you go.
Oh, no, go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, so it's a really calm and cozy game, but people need conflict in order to have quests, right? So it's kind of this balancing act of, you want people to have problems, but you don't want to remind people of like real problems, right? So I think we worked really hard on making dialogue that was real and genuine and made you feel for people, but also wasn't darker than the world was supposed to be.
Cough, cough, Tom Nook's mortgage debt, cough. So one other thing about that is, since you can put cats on your head and you can bring cats with you, is there ever any thought about making it so that different people react differently to having certain animals with you? Like if they're, for example, this type of cat, if there was another cat that looked like her and you brought that cat and had that cat on your head, that would change how communications would work or things like that?
Yeah, those are all tiny things of polish that we'd love to get in if we have time, and are actually pretty easy with the systems that we have set up. It's more just, right now we're trying to get like the best of the base game, and gosh, 2020 has been a year. But I'd say actually that's like a little frustrating thing of dev, is you think of like all these little tiny things that you'd love to put in, and you're just thinking like, man, wouldn't it be so cute if you went up? Because I know when I play video games, it means a lot when you get those little details in games and you see them.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I brought her baby back, and she gave me a bunch of spooky furniture.
I love that. I love that it seems there's a lot of different decor styles as well for this, which is
I
really
wanted
fun.
I wanted them to all be cute, but there's also like so many types of cute. Like there's spooky cute, like Halloween cute. We have a whole furniture set that's just eggs. What do I want? Do I want the red panda or do I want the cat? I'm gonna do
You want to put the red
that a
panda
lot.
on the cat on the red panda that you'll ride, so that you can red panda while you red panda.
Yes. Actually,
Red
speaking of,
Pandaception.
one more. Yeah. No, you go.
Oh, I was just going to say, speaking of, you brought up a really great point about the dialogue and, wanting to still include conflict in the game, but making it kind of exist within the tone and the scope of the world. Someone in chat had a great question. Is there any way in the game that you take damage or lose anything, or like how can conflict affect your character as the player?
Yeah, so we were very insistent that we wanted no fail states, which is a really interesting game to try to design because you get a lot of players who are like, what makes it a game? And I think once everything's together, because Animal Crossing, except for when you get bitten by a spider in the new game, which is distressing, there really aren't any fail states. It's more your own motivation of the goal that you've set out. So maybe your fail state is that the day that you're playing, you didn't get the piece of furniture you wanted, so you keep playing until you do. And kind of those more self-motivating factors. I didn't want anything that forced a player to do anything. It's more, actually, we had one review that I really loved that called our game a dollhouse game. And I think that's an even better way to phrase it than a sandbox game, because because a dollhouse is like, you don't lose at a dollhouse. There's no like, oh no, my toy broke because I didn't play it right. You just play until you're happy with it. And I think that's our goal for the type of game that this is. Also, I wanted to show you this other mount. Hold on. This is Maribel. She's the clothing store manager. And she wants us to take her cat for a walk. That's what we're going to do.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god,
Oh my
you
god.
rolled her.
Oh my god.
Tell me someone is
God.
thinking about the Katamari, like Cat Tamari. Like, is anyone else having that thought in their mind?
This is glorious.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Before we all lose our mind about the tubby rolling cat here, we've talked and touched on the beautiful artwork, the beautiful color scheme. Can we talk about the music that has been added into this game? Because it is fantastic. It goes well with the game. I know that people in Discord as well as in chat have mentioned it, and it's overall has been a fan favorite. Besides,
yes,
the
while I
cats that
attempt to roll
Nega
this
is losing
ball
her
up
mind about.
gravity. Oh no. Oh no. The cat ball currently doesn't roll up unless you really, because it's gravity, right? It's a ball. It just, come on. Sorry. Yeah, no, that's John Hamilton. John Smith is an amazing sound designer, composer, and he did music with Emily Anderson, and that was the music that you heard in the trailer. And then we also have music that was sung by Emmy Evans, who does the music for, she does the vocals for Nier Automata, which is like the coolest thing ever.
wow.
I have to get off this cat. I'm not going to get this hill. The cat might follow me though, I'm not sure. Oh, whoops. Here we go. This way, rolling cat, follow me. But yes, the music is actually, it's so funny because before we found John, we weren't like super committed to great music. We were kind of like, that's not what our team strength is, and it's just not going to be something we focus on. And then just, it was amazing to, and I think there's something really amazing in game dev when you find a team member who just like completely changes a part of your game. And the music is now one of my favorite things about it, like absolutely. And yeah, if you look at the link from Seattle Indies, that's slide 20XX. That's John. It's absolutely like, I can't wait for all of you to listen to all of it, because like the city music. Okay, actually, I should say what the areas are. There's a mountain range up here that looks like a cat that I should have showed you when we were on top of that other mountain. There's a cat-shaped mountain, and it's snowy, and it has like Arctic foxes and the bears and things like that. And then we have the city area, and that has like this absolutely like beautiful little metropolitan tune that I'm super addicted to that goes along with it. And then we have a huge flower coastal area that's really beautiful and has a lighthouse on it. And then we have a fall themed forest, and then like a magical giant plant themed woods, witching woods area that is where all the witches come from.
Is that a multicolored cat?
Oh yeah,
Running
there's,
around?
hold on. That's a
We
galaxy
did have another
cat.
question.
Yeah.
So it was a rainbow cat. We mentioned it in chat earlier. That is fantastic. I love it. We had another question in chat though, because we talk about you inherit this cat cafe that you have to redecorate. Is there a main quest line for this? Is there an end to the game, or because we had mentioned there's no way to really lose the game, but is there an actual end to it as well?
Yeah, so kind of the loop of the game is there's day and night. It goes through the weeks, and people have different schedules throughout their week, which is really fun to learn. And you also get bonuses from the cafe for knowing what their favorite foods are and putting those out on the correct day, which I find like a really, really fun game element if you choose to do it. I love like learning people's schedules and trying to like, you can min-max the game if you want to, but you absolutely don't have to. And this is what I meant by the rolling cat catching up to me. It would eventually get there. Also, the broom is actually a usual end of the game prize, but we put it at the end of the demo, which is what this is. It's a short little demo version. So the full game is kind of like you go through a main line of quests, and you unlock the areas in sequence. And then when you get to the last magical area, that's kind of when you've made every single person on the island be able to reach your cafe, which is the goal. And then you can play from there. There's an infinite amount of stuff you can do after that. But that's kind of our main sense of accomplishment task that you do throughout the game.
It's great.
I just love the broom. It makes me feel really good.
Oh
Definitely.
my gosh, I can't get over how cute the stars that trail behind it are.
I haven't. Okay, there's one mount left.
There's one mount left. Oh no.
Oh, actually,
This just feels like the video game equivalent of just serotonin. Just serotonin, just
definitely
directly into my brain.
Oh, it's a good boy.
Oh. And I put an Australian Shepherd because I was like, this is the Calico version of a dog.
That is great.
My gosh.
Oh my gosh.
I love that
And
so
I
much.
froze
I love
it.
the
Oh my
reasoning
gosh.
behind that.
We got a new bug that I've never seen before in my life. This is very interesting. And right at the
We
end.
made history today.
It's perfect. Well, I know that I am extremely excited for this. We know that Nega is more than excited for this, and I'm sure there are many people in chat. Where can we follow you to keep up with development, release, all of the above?
Yeah, so I have our Twitter is Calico Game at Calico Game. If you look up calicogame.com, it actually just goes straight to our Steam page. So if you look up Calico on Steam, it'll be there as well. The Steam page, if you wishlist it, it'll come out simultaneously with all the other stuff. We're coming out on Switch and Xbox and PlayStation, as well as PC. So we're super excited about that. Right now, we don't have a concrete date because 2020 has been the worst, but we're working on it. You can also check out, we always put updates every few months on our Kickstarter, but the place we update most is definitely our Twitter.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And thank you so much for showcasing this and breaking Nega during our stream here. It has been extremely enjoyable. We appreciate having you and seeing this wonderfully well done game. We are super excited.
Thank you.
In chat, up next, we have the Faded Grove, and we hope to see you soon.
Y'all, if we see one more beautiful game today, my heart is going to explode. I physically cannot handle how exciting all of this is. Well, come on in, y'all. We are. Sorry, I don't want to step on any toes. So take it away, Steph.
No, you are A-okay. Welcome back, guys. We are here with Faded Grove, and we've got Joshua to tell us all about this. Can you tell us a little bit about the game? What is this? What is this all about?
I was told I was echoing. Is the sound okay now?
I think we're good.
I think you're good now. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So this is Faded Grove. So we were a small team out of the Academy of Interactive Entertainment, as one of the sponsors for this event. We're a group of 10 people, and we've been working on this game. So Faded Grove is a isometric 3D puzzle adventure game where the main purpose is to restore color to the world that has turned grayscale. So you can see our game that's being played is a bit dull and gray. And then Audrey will talk about the kind of the lore behind it before we get to the mechanics and elements of it.
Yeah, so hi, thanks for having us. My name is Audrey, and I was the art director and the technical artist for this game. And yeah, the basis is that you play as Agatha, who is an old, wise sage who's returning back home after hundreds of years of her long journey, and she finds that things aren't quite the same. Things are out of balance. The color is missing, and the animals who used to be her friends are now her enemies. So your job is to figure out what's going on, restore color to the world, and restore balance. Yeah, and that's basically the gist of it.
I am so impressed by how beautifully it's so seamless, the transitions we were seeing between this lack of color and then, inviting it back into the space. It looks so beautiful. And I love the reasoning behind it and the lore that you're describing. Is part of the story in the game unraveling where the color went and why it happened in the first place? Is that something the player gets to explore?
Yeah, well, this is kind of a demo, and that would be our intention, is to explore like the root cause of it. But you do get hints in this demo of where the color is gone. We have our antagonist, whose name is Vitri, and he shows up as this dark purple corrupted fox kind of spirit, and you are chasing him through these 2 levels that we're going to see, and he's got something to do with where the color went.
Ooh, interesting. I have to ask, because this is just the few minutes we're seeing now. It's so polished and it's so gorgeous to look at, and especially like for such a small I want to say for such a small sprite, this little character, there's even so much personality in their movement. The way that character is moving, it reads so well on such a small scale. What was the size of your team? How long did it take y'all to make this game? Because it looks absolutely gorgeous and so polished.
Our team was 10 people, and it took around 4 months to make the game, because we made it as our final production project at AIE. And so we had a limited time frame, and we all really pulled through and just focused and communicated. And yeah, I'm glad it shows. Thank you.
Wow, 4 months is... Oh my gosh,
no lie,
not the
you guys
answer I was
definitely
expecting.
pulled through in that 4 months. This looks amazing in general, and especially so for a 4-month process.
Yeah, so our school schedule is about 2.5 full days, 9 to 6. So we did spend a lot of time on it. We had 2 designers, 3 programmers, and 5 artists working on it nonstop every week. Yeah, so we definitely wanted, if we had more time, we would obviously wanted to have more like story roots in it, like you mentioned earlier. So, but we focused on, we called it like a vertical slice of a game. So we try to put little hints, but not tell the full story, because we know that's going to take a long time.
Yeah. I have to say, I really love that, because there's something so beautiful about just dropping those breadcrumbs a little bit and letting players wonder and letting players, appreciate the gameplay and be intrigued by not having the full story revealed. Personally, I can't speak for everyone, but for me, I love that. I love getting just enough to get my imagination going, and it makes me even more invested in the gameplay, because my imagination can kind of run a little wild thinking about how the pieces of the puzzle could fit together and what could fill in the gaps. So, oh my gosh, I love that. I'm so pleased that y'all took the constraints of making a game in such a short period of time and turned that into a strength of it. It sounds like, really.
Thank you.
So
That was
tell
our
us a little
intention.
Tell us a little bit about the gameplay we're seeing right now. I'm noticing, was that a spider, creepy crawly?
Yeah, Josh, you want to speak on the gameplay?
Yeah, so the gameplay is basically defined into two segments. We have the puzzle level, and then that's where you go grab the crystal and escape that room, and then you come out and you defeat the spiders that are blocking you from returning that color crystal. And I think Alchemist is going to show this part. And we return that crystal to Chromis, and that will return one element of color. And then now we will lead on to the second level, which will have a different puzzle, and we repeat that until we restore the color to the world again.
Oh, I love that, like, wash. That was so beautiful. Oh my gosh.
So was there any influences outside influences that led to the desire to have things like the flood of colors or the denial of color that has happened?
On the art side, I can speak that we had inspiration by, there's a game called Gris. I don't know if anyone has played it. It's a game where you do restore color to this person's internal world, and that was one of our inspirations for the concept, for sure. And we were also inspired by other games, like there's an indie game called Tunic, which you play a little fox. And we liked the isometric style, and we like Bastion was another inspiration for the look of the game. I think those were our main big ones for inspiration.
I love the style of Tunic. I'm so happy that you mentioned that. It's so cute, and it really is. I remember seeing it at a convention. It's one of those ones where you walk past it and it just grabs you. And I think this definitely has that element as well. The blending of styles, and I love the isometric elements at play. It's so unique and it's so fun.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Design kind of just randomly came out of our brainstorming, where one of the team members like, hey, I was thinking of doing something with colors, and it's something that everyone just clicked instantly. I'm like, all right, what can we do with the colors? And let's add the puzzle, let's bring in combat, let's bring in the main character, let's develop a lore, and kind of spiraled off. And then our team got a really early start on deciding what to make, because some other groups took an almost entire month, but we got started almost in like a week or two, and we started developing it.
Wow. That definitely gives you a leg up in terms of already being limited on time, to be able to have those extra weeks. That's awesome.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the lore in the background here? Because I know like we covered like the basic storyline, but to my understanding, there's still a slight lore to the background of all of this. Can you touch on that a little bit?
Yeah, I can go into that more. So in the second level that you're seeing now, Agatha has chased Vitri into this other realm, which needs its color restored. And Vitri, the fox spirit, who you may have noticed, like she sees him and he drops this crystal, which Agatha retrieves. You go pick it up, and then you become trapped in the realm. That's why you have to solve the puzzle. So Vitri is trying to stop you from collecting these crystals. Like he's dropping them and then trying to stop you from giving them back to Chromis. And so yeah, our initial story is that there's this, Vitri is this corrupted entity that is causing the corruption for all the other animals that you're fighting when you go back into this main area. And the root of it is finding out like why these forest gods are getting corrupted. And that is still kind of a mystery. I think if we took the game further past this demo, we would flesh it out. Everyone would learn why. But we had a few possibilities, and I don't know, we do have some deep lore behind it that our game designer Zan wrote. And maybe we can get them to post that somewhere to give us more detail. But I think it's kind of a lot for me to explain.
Yeah, no, this is fantastic.
Understandably. Yeah. So I'm curious. I know I'm incredibly impressed, and I'm sure many of us watching are as well, that y'all were able to pull together something that feels so polished and so fully realized and lived in such a short amount of time. And as you've mentioned, it is a demo that was done in a couple months. Is this something that y'all are working towards expanding in the future? Like, what's your team up to now?
Well, we'll both touch on that, I'm sure, because I loved working on this game, and I would, if it became a thing that everyone wanted to do, or if there was some interest in it, I would be happy to work on it more. But I know a lot of because it was a school project, there are a lot of other people on our team have decided to explore their own different directions with what they're doing, and so they might come back to work on it if we had a agreement to do that. But I would definitely finish it if it became relevant, because I'm just working on developing my portfolio, because I like to just make procedural textures and do like character environment effects, and I would just go forward with that, working more on this game if I could. What about you, Josh?
Yeah, our team definitely had a conversation about it. We'll definitely love to finish it out, because we requested Alchemist to not to go into third level, because we want everyone to just see it. It's a really short ending, but it's kind of the reason why it's short is we ran out of time, so we kind of left it at the open ending style. But it's definitely hard to get the team going outside of school, and then so everyone's kind of doing their personal thing. I personally have plans to possibly try to port it to like a mobile platform of the demo, kind of programming, kind of learning thing, and obviously Audrey has some artistic goals as well. So not anything official, but yeah.
That's awesome. So, out of personal curiosity, one of my favorite things to talk about when I get the chance to chat with indie devs is if you have any favorite elements of the game, or any favorite moments from your time working on it. Is there anything that kind of you hold a soft spot in your heart for?
Yes, for me, I can go first on it, because so I had a big challenge working on the water shader, and there was one point where it was okay, and then I was like, oh, this is too hard, and I don't know if I can do it. And then it was because it wasn't because I won't go into the details too much, but it's because the isometric camera, you have to make water shaders the way I was making it differently. And I went down this big rabbit hole, and I was like, oh, this is no one knows how to do this. What the heck? And then I found it, and I did improve it, and I did end up getting the shader exactly how I wanted, and that was very rewarding. I think that was probably the most challenging and most fun part for me.
That's awesome. What about you, Joshua?
Yeah, kind of a similar thing. I worked a lot on the color returning to the world. It's also a lot of shader work, so I worked with Audrey a lot in that process. We knew from the beginning that was going to be the most important thing in the game, so a lot of research, and it was really satisfying to see it actually work out in a way. And then it's really always satisfying to see when the color restores into the world.
Yeah, y'all did a beautiful job.
Thank you. Yeah, that shader was the most important part of our game. And I remember we were like, oh yeah, just adding color back to a world, that should be easy. That's a pretty basic concept. And it was not in practice though. It's actually really complicated to make a shader that does it. And there were a few different options, but oh man, we had to do a lot of research, and it was really our team was really good at working together cross discipline, which is how we were able to make really nice tech art effects, stuff that was pretty and technical at the same time. A big part of what was rewarding for me was that the programmers, all of them had a good artistic eye, and then the art team also knew how to communicate with people who are more technical. So that's why our shader worked, I think. I'm pretty sure.
I think that's such a great preparation as well for working in the games industry outside of school, because so much of what you do, you know, especially as you work at studios with more and more people, is exactly what you're describing, is that kind of like working across departments, needing that synergy. So, you know, something that I'd be curious about, since this was a school project, as you mentioned, could you talk a little bit more about your experience at AIE and how your time there prepared you for a professional career in game development?
Oh yeah, sure. I'm sure we can both speak on it, but we were in different programs. I was in the game art and animation program, and yeah, I just would not have had the bandwidth and the resources myself to like just the time resources and the energy to like teach myself how to do as much as I learned at AIE in school. And they just simulate a work environment, but you can mess up more and no one knows what they're doing at first. So it's like it's really nice to get, and we got a lot of like really cool people from the game industry and from Seattle Indies to like, they would come in and visit and talk to us. So just, it was a really good experience for me as a whole, just at least for like the networking and getting like the more hands-on feeling experience of like, and our teachers were all like professionals in the industry. So yeah, I really liked it there, and I definitely learned a lot more than I could have if I had tried to do this on my own, for sure.
Definitely. Oh, we're restoring color back to this world. How many colors are there, and do seasons play any role in the colors that are being restored?
Oh, that's interesting. That is something so from an art perspective, we were more thinking of it like an elements thing, kind of, because our scene was started out, we wanted it to be an autumn scene, like especially the big area where Chromis is and everything. We're like, oh, that's going to be like fall, like bright pops of like orange and stuff. But then we're like, well, if we bring back green, then it can't all be fall. So we just mainly it was not as much based on seasons as it was the environment was based on what would look striking when we restored color to it. So we have like the autumn trees are red, and when you restore red, they like pop. But then we also have these green elements, green trees. The level here where you get the green crystal is more intentionally green and verdant, more like a kind of a jungle-y area than like the main area, which is, we meant it to be more of a mix of like autumn stuff, but also like pine trees that are green, and then we have the blue water for when you unlock blue. And then the second level where you restore red, like we were just going to have everything be a forest, but I was like, well, if we have an area that you basically only see red and a little bit of green, should make it like a hot desert. So I guess our environment was very much driven by how the colors would look as they were restored, if that answers the question.
It does. Thank you.
So
I do have another.
I'm curious.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, please, after you.
I just had another question on the color. On an artistic level, the use of color usually has a psychological aspect to it. Muted colors, whites have a tendency to represent things like purity. Was that utilized a lot in this game? Because I noticed the greens that we're seeing right now during this muted anti-color mode is very almost a sickly green. And was there intent to that, or is this just me adding a color theory to it?
So part of it is that it was pretty tricky to like adjust the shader to make the exact green, at least because I was the person adjusting the colors. And it was really hard to adjust the colors and have it work with the post-processing camera that we have. So part of it's technical, but I did choose to go with the lighter green because, yeah, it's not like it's weak. It's like a weak green because you're still bringing back the color. So it was partially intentional in that way. And then also it was part technical challenge.
I love it. That's fantastic.
Yeah, it was kind of like what looks best. That played a big factor as well. So we decided on the final one first, like our end result. We wanted that autumn beautiful color. So from there we kind of stepped down, and then we decided on, and Audrey decided on the final color kind of color palette, we say.
Perfect.
I'm kind of curious. I know color is obviously the star of the show here. And, you know, the main event and the thing that we're all oohing and ahhing over. But something that I think really stands out in watching this demo is how cute the puzzles are. I'm going to be honest, I don't do very well at puzzles in video games normally. So I have a huge appreciation and like a definite soft spot for puzzles in games that are just hard enough that you do feel challenged without, you don't want your players getting stuck for forever and feeling frustrated to the point where they're not enjoying the game, you know? And it looks like these puzzles strike that balance really well. So something that I was curious about is, were there any like puzzle games or games that have puzzle sequences in them that y'all drew inspiration from, or you know, types of puzzles that you remembered fondly that, you know, influenced and informed your choices here? I would love to hear about that.
Well, we had our two game designers, Zan and a different Josh, that worked a lot on the puzzles. But Josh, I think you ended up doing a little bit more tinkering with them. So you think you could you answer that?
Yeah, it was the other designer, Josh, that decided on this specific style of puzzles. I wasn't able to get his like intention or reference of it, but we had like good discussions about what kind of puzzle to make. I had the first idea of, since we're having colors, let's have a puzzle that realizes like mixing colors to reveal something more of a, you just press a button and then it does something, pull a lever, seems like. But Josh definitely wanted that this will fit better with the theme, and he strongly pushed, and then we went with the decision. I think it was a good decision at the end too.
Yeah,
like
I love that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to point out, like, we have these green blocks, and you use them to break the green pots. Then you can only do that after you unlock green. I remember that was one of the mechanics we talked about.
That's what I was just going to highlight. I love that, you know, the puzzles y'all ended up with blend it feels like they work thematically and in terms of gameplay. And I love that they even really encourage the player to move about the space as well. Because so much of what we're seeing here is the player physically having to move around and interact with the spaces that are lacking color, that you're trying to bring color back to. It's really wonderful that they're so physical and so very much oriented around moving around the map. I think that just, it works so well. And I don't want to pick y'all's puzzle brains for forever, because we do have some other really excellent questions here. But I'm so glad we got to chat about it for a minute, because I love hearing about puzzle stuff. But a really good question we got was, were there any features that you had initially planned for the game that had to be cut?
Oh, that's a really good one. Because it's all about scope when you have such a small time. Yeah, we were going to have a boss fight, but we were like, but we did scale it. So like we had, okay, there's these things we want to do, but if we cut the boss fight, we'll still have a game. If we cut the third level, we'll still have a game in this time frame. The main one I remember is the boss fight. Do you remember anything else we had to cut, Josh?
Yeah, so our original plan was to have 3 distinct levels that will fully play out and will restore red crystal, green crystal, and a blue crystal. But the last one we ran out of time, so third one we had a discussion about, will it be another puzzle, or will that be a boss fight, or will that be a combination of both? But it just had to be cut. So yeah.
And some minor features I'm now remembering, sorry, are like, yeah, we were gonna have it so that Agatha like throws like mystical birds out of her staff. And like we were gonna have more complex like battle system, but we decided to balance it and focus more on the puzzles, and then the battle is like spice.
One more thing is that we wanted the Chromis to actually animate as well, so it would be lying down in the beginning. Once we restore color, he will like animate to stand up, but yeah, that one got cut too.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the things that we've heard a lot today from different devs is, you know, talking about feature creep and cutting back on stuff and figuring out what the core of the game really is. And I think it definitely shows in the finished product that y'all knew what was important here and like what couldn't be cut. And the end result is definitely like a very compact and tightly wound game. Like everything fits and it's a very unique, consolidated experience. And definitely as cool as it would have been to see those features, it's nice to see what the end result is despite not getting to see that cool stuff as well, because it feels like it's the game it's meant to be. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's great. Thank you. I'm glad it came across that way.
Heck yeah. I do want to make sure we have time for one more question, because this is kind of similar to what we touched on earlier, but I would just love to hear a little bit more from y'all. Someone asked, how was this game a jumping off point for you at the start of your career? And what are your personal goals moving forward for what's next for you?
Oh, I'm going to think about that. Josh, you want to answer first?
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely my best portfolio piece, especially even getting featured on 6 as well. Definitely, we're just graduated. All of our team just graduated. We're looking for jobs in the industry, hopefully to make great games in the future. So, yeah, I'm just looking for a job right now. I want to make games.
That's great.
So yeah, for me, I learned. I always knew I was kind of gonna focus on like technical art, which is a really broad field, like impossibly broad. And at first I thought that I really liked rigging, but when I was making this game, I discovered that I actually don't like it as much as I thought. And I leaned more towards like procedural textures, which I always kind of had like an interest in, and shaders and like just physics. Like I made the cloth physics and the hair physics for the main character, Agatha. And that just really, I was like, nope, that's what I want to do, is like character effects, environment effects, like procedural textures and shaders. So that helped me when I graduated to like focus and like really beef up my portfolio with that kind of stuff. And a lot of the stuff from this game is like my best work so far. So it's good to come away with that.
That's amazing. I'm so happy to hear it. And I hope anyone watching or who comes across this at a later date takes note that these two incredibly talented individuals are recent grads who are incredibly, absurdly talented and would make wonderful additions to any of your projects. I'm just putting that out there. I'm going to be their cheerleaders for a minute and say, if they're looking, go look up these fine folks. Check out their work. And I know we have more questions to get to, so I won't go down the shout out path just yet, because we do have some great questions. And I don't know, Steph, do you think we have time for one more?
I think we have time for one more. I think these two questions actually kind of coincide together though. So do the animals return to the forest as you restore the color? And does the area regain more life and vibrancy as you play?
That's a really good question. So yeah, as far as our take on the lore, yes, you are returning balance by like returning the corrupted animals to their environment in a peaceful way. So because our sort of philosophy, at least on the art and like game design side, was, making a game that has like a good message, or at least like a hopeful message of some kind. So yes, the animals return to the environment. One of our original intentions with the game that we did have to dial back on was, along with adding color, we wanted to add the leaves are still at first, but when you add green, they turn green and start waving in the wind. And then when you go and help balance out the corrupted animals, you see just actual healthy spiders crawling around and happy birds and stuff. But that was, I'm sorry, that's my dog. That was something that it was just out of scope. But that was our intention, is to also make the environment come more to life, movement wise and with sound and all these other elements.
That is great. I'm
to
definitely
add,
looking forward to this.
Yeah, so Audrey mentioned everything, and I want to also mention that the music does progress well as the color restores. So we definitely want to encourage everyone to give it a try, because obviously we had to talk over the demo, so that wasn't getting highlighted enough. But that does play a lot of piece along with the environment as a progression.
Very cool.
Oh, that's awesome to hear.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we've talked a lot today about how music can just absolutely add so much to a game. And you know, if y'all fell in love with this demo today, prepare to fall in love with it again, having the music added in. It was so wonderful, Audrey and Joshua, to have you joining us today. If anyone in chat wants to stay up to date with your next projects or to check out the Faded Grove, can you let us know where they can do both of those things?
Oh, yeah. I am Ocho Pica on ArtStation. If you just search me, you can find my portfolio in progress, which you can see. I go into some detail on like how I made the shader for the water and just other things about the game. And I am still continuing to just add more to that, but that's my main hub for game development is at artstation.com. And it's Ocho Pica, OCHOPIKA, and I can type that somewhere. That's mainly where I am. What about you, Josh?
Oh yeah, definitely. There's a link on the chat for our game link, and best way to reach me is, I guess it's on LinkedIn. Just search up my name. I think that's the best thing. Yep. Play the game on the chat, please.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Thank you so much. This was so wonderful to get to chat with you both. We appreciate having you join us today. It was wonderful getting to check out the Faded Grove. Y'all did such a beautiful job with it. And I hope you're really proud of your work, because the hard work paid off. It shows, and it's really, really, really a beautiful experience. So congrats to you both for making something so special. And if you are in chat right now, stick around, don't go anywhere, because this segment may be winding down, but we have lots more in store for you. Next up, we're going to be doing a Q&A with the devs that we've been chatting with today. We will be answering your questions. So don't go anywhere. Post those questions in chat, and we'll be back to chatting again soon. Stick around.
What do you get when you bring a microprocessor to a night fight? A deck-building, sword-swinging tactical adventure. Meet the Floppy Knights. Tangible projections summoned from floppy disks. Earn cash and perhaps save the world. By Rose City Games. The ocean depths are full of mythical monsters and treasure. Experience an adventure survival game with a world-scale ocean sim like you've never seen before in Breakwaters by Soaring Pixel Games. Gather your friends and rain fire on your foes in the Dragon vs. Dragon MOBA Tournament of Tamers by Bug Gaming. Choose from 10 unique dragons and take to the skies in flying combat that will take your breath away. Welcome to Republic of Jungle by Gerdu Games, the greatest nation on Earth and the land of the truly free, where all animals are equal and nobody preys on anybody. The truth is under attack by all sides, and your judgment will decide the fate of the country. Looking for a low-stress community sim with magical girls, cat cafes, pastries, and most importantly, cats? In Calico by Cat Bean Games, journey to a magical village, make fantastical friends, and pet all of the cuddly creatures. Agatha has returned home, only to find her mentor petrified, and the once vibrant wood she loves bereft of color. Step into the worn-down boots of a veteran adventurer and restore color to her home in the Faded Grove by AIE Seattle Seniors. What do you get when you bring a microprocessor to a night fight? A deck-building, sword-swinging tactical adventure. Meet the Floppy Knights. Tangible projections summoned from floppy disks. Earn cash and perhaps save the world by Rose City Games. The ocean depths are full of mythical monsters and treasure. Experience an adventure survival game with a world-scale ocean sim like you've never seen before in Breakwaters by Soaring Pixel Games. Gather your friends and rain fire on your foes in the Dragon vs. Dragon MOBA Tournament of Tamers by Bug Gaming. Choose from 10 unique dragons and take to the skies in flying combat that will take your breath away. Welcome to Republic of Jungle by Gerdu Games, the greatest nation on Earth and the land of the truly free, where all animals are equal and nobody preys on anybody. The truth is under attack by all sides, and your judgment will decide the fate of the country. Looking for a low-stress community sim with magical girls, cat cafes, pastries, and most importantly, cats? In Calico by Cat Bean Games, journey to a magical village, make fantastical friends, and pet all of the cuddly creatures. Agatha has returned home, only to find her mentor petrified, and the once vibrant wood she loves bereft of color. Step into the worn-down boots of a veteran adventurer and restore color to her home in the Fated Grove by AIE Seattle Seniors. What do you get when you bring a microprocessor to a night fight? A deck-building, sword-swinging tactical adventure. Meet the Floppy Knights. Tangible projections summoned from floppy disks. Earn cash and perhaps save the world by Rose City Games. The ocean depths are full of mythical monsters and treasure. Experience an adventure survival game with a world-scale ocean sim like you've never seen before in Breakwaters by Soaring Pixel Games. Gather your friends and rain fire on your foes in the Dragon vs. Dragon MOBA Tournament of Tamers by Bug Gaming. Choose from 10 unique dragons and take to the skies in flying combat that will take your breath away. Welcome to Republic of Jungle by Gerdu Games, the greatest nation on Earth and the land of the truly free, where all animals are equal and nobody preys on anybody. The truth is under attack by all sides, and your judgment will decide the fate of the country. Looking for a low-stress community sim with magical girls, cat cafes, pastries, and most importantly, cats? In Calico by Cat Bean Games, journey to a magical village, make fantastical friends, and pet all of the cuddly creatures. Agatha has returned home, only to find her mentor petrified and the once vibrant wood she loves bereft of color. Step into the worn-down boots of a veteran adventurer and restore color to her home in the Fated Grove by AIE Seattle Seniors. What do you get when you bring a microprocessor to a night fight? A deck-building, sword-swinging tactical adventure. Meet the Floppy Knights.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to have our Q&A, but before we do, we just have a small thing from our sponsors today. Today's 6 online stream is brought to you by the Academy of Art of Interactive Entertainment, or AIE. Geez, my words and reading is terrible today. AIE trains students for employment and career opportunities in 3D animation, game development, and related fields through a world-class education, as well as acting as a catalyst to build these industries. As you have seen today with some wonderful indie games, AIE is a nonprofit educator established in 1996 to grow and support the game industry. AIE's unique curriculum offered in the United States and Australia and provides you with training needed to join our other graduates as entrepreneurs, leaders, and innovators in the video game and films industry. The Seattle, Washington campus is located in the heart of the city at Seattle Center, right next to the iconic Space Needle. Also thanks to our gold sponsors, Academy of Interactive Entertainment, Play Everywhere, For Culture, and our wonderful indie sponsor, Modern Wolf. How's everybody doing today? We're going to have some generic questions. We'll go in order again, starting off with the Republic of Jungle leading into Calico and the Fated Grove. You want to start us off over there, Nega?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Thank you so much. If anybody is just joining us recently, we have had the chance to get a closer look at all of these games earlier today, and now is our chance to have all of these wonderful devs in one place. We do already have a list of questions we are going to be drawing from, but don't be shy. If you think of any more questions, always put them in the Twitch chat. We want to hear from you, and we want to make sure that the devs get a chance to answer your questions as well. So up first, I think, something that a lot of us are interested to hear from all of the devs that we have present. Do you have any advice for people looking to start their first indie project?
I would say if you have ideas, if you have game ideas, start prototyping them as soon as possible. Even like simple pen and paper tabletop prototypes would help a lot, and then you can move on to coding the idea and seeing the digital version of it.
And if I may add something onto that, people have talked about being reductionist and reduce your original idea as much as you can and scope things. And one practical thing that really helped me is to show early what we have and promise to show something at a date. That has helped us to focus and work towards, like, find the fastest way to make something presentable rather than perfect. And then show that and show it early and commit to show it early. And that helps you to focus on the main things. And what it does is that it does two things, basically. One of the things that I really didn't expect is that when you get feedback early, you are more open to feedback because you say, okay, I haven't worked that much on it and I already get some positive and negative feedback. If you work on something for a year and then you get your first feedback after a year, it's heartbreaking. When you get, you're much more defensive. And another thing it does is that you get a bunch of people around that give you, it creates a positive feedback loop that they're expecting you to deliver something new. And then you keep doing that. You keep going to your next step early on and make something presentable, as opposed to going into your own, mind and just coding and adding features to make it perfect before you show it.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. Is the sooner you can show people anything that you're doing, the better. And that point about the fact that if you wait too long, sometimes you'll have put in so much time to one thing and then realize nobody really likes it or something like that, and it just is way more heartbreaking than if you kind of give it to them as early as you possibly can. And it's a good marketing thing too, because with indies, I really find like the sooner you start, because it starts so slowly when you're building up an audience, the sooner you start, the better.
That makes a lot of sense. Honestly, the advice y'all give is always so invaluable.
Just get started. I personally did a big career change as well because I did major in engineering, somewhat related, but I had absolutely no idea about game development until I joined AIE and just doing it.
Just doing it. I like that.
I think that's
honestly
something that it's one of those pieces of advice that's so true, and I think a lot of us still need to hear it all the time. You can hear it 100 times, and we just have to we have to listen when people tell us just buckle down and do it, because it makes a world of difference. So thank you so much for that insight, everyone. I know something that we've been talking about a lot today has been, the games that y'all have showcased so kindly as part of today's program. But for anyone who didn't get to talk about this earlier, what's next for you after this game? Do you have other things you're working on?
I guess I'll start on that. So with Republic of Jungle, well, that's our focus right now. But we have some ideas about using the same platform for other games, other party games that are not basically on this genre of social deduction necessarily, but they use the same platform that's similar to Jackbox, but for different games. And I think there's a lot to explore in that area, and Jackbox is focused on very casual gameplay, and it makes sense for them. But they've been so successful in that area, and that's why they stick to it. And I think there's a lot of potential for other indies to explore other ideas in this. And we hope to showcase the power with Republic of Jungle, the power of the platform, and move on to some other ideas that we have, and hopefully inspire others to come and explore this platform, which is much easier now to build because of the cloud infrastructure that exists. And hopefully more and more indie devs get just comfortable with, getting into it.
That's just kind of. Oh, sorry. You can go.
Sorry. Oh, I was just going to say I have a project, a really specific project I didn't mention on the stream, which is I am working on playing with animating materials and making a room in AltSpace VR, because you can use their dev tools to make a room that anyone can just go to. And AltSpace is really cool if you want to explore developing for VR for very low. I mean, it's a free program, and then you can even use it on it can be accessed over PC as well, so you don't even need a VR headset. But yeah, that's my project. I'm making a bathhouse in VR, just experimenting with water shaders, and I want the wallpaper to be kind of it moves, it's gonna have birds that fly away when you look at it and stuff. So yeah, VR is cool.
That's so cool. I'm so excited for that.
Thanks.
Kels, I know you were going to share something as well. What's up next for you?
Yeah. Well, so right after dev will be pretty much more dev because you kind of have to maintain it for a while. And then there's some DLC that we really wanted to put in, more animals, more furniture, things like that. But then we'll probably take a really nice break. I kind of just do nothing for just a teensy bit, because that will be great. I'm supposed to give birth to a human child after that, I guess, at some point. So that'll probably be my focus for a little bit. And then we do really want to do a Calico too. There's just so much stuff that we feel like we could do so much better if we started it 3 years, if we had started it right from the beginning. So that's really exciting.
That's so much exciting stuff. All back to back. I'm so excited for you. Yay.
Also, goats. I want to get goats. That's the goal.
Oh
my gosh, me too. Goats are always
all the
good life goal.
And animal.
So one question I kind of wanted to ask you guys. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go for it.
Oh, one question I kind of wanted to ask you guys was, what were some of the difficulties you had during the development process? Were there any particular things that were stumbling blocks, and how did you overcome those specific problems?
I think we've mentioned this when we were talking about Republic of Jungle, but one challenge we had was playtesting a party game. Our game, the minimum number of players for our game is 5 or 6 players, and getting together all those people to sit down and play the game with us was a challenge. The COVID situation kind of helped us with that because people were sitting at home and they knew about this game that we had, so they just jumped on Zoom and we played the game on Zoom. So that was one of the challenges pre-COVID. I mean, currently we still have that challenge with getting playtesters together and doing that, but I would say it's easier when we were not in a lockdown and quarantine. Another challenge Republic of Jungle had was the UX design of the game wasn't as straightforward as some other classic games that you can think of, because it was a different genre. I mean, we had Jackbox, but our game was a bit more involved than usual Jackbox game. It was a social deduction game that you get a lot of info on your phone, and you have to interact with that info. And we had to figure out what the best UX design for that is. So we got some help. We are still exploring our different options, and that's another challenge that we're dealing with currently.
Yeah, I'd say challenges that we had were, so our development cycle has lasted 3 years, and I feel like there's so much from the game that we've probably done twice or 3 times or 4 times. Because you do it the first time 3 years ago, and then you learn and you get so much better at it, and then you go, I can't have this. I have to redo it. And it becomes kind of a cycle, and I think we got better later on at figuring out, like, I'm going to wait to do this until maybe later because it needs to be more polished and I don't want to have to redo it. And other things that we could do earlier on and feel more confident that we'd still like it. And then another thing that we really ran into was having to change our development cycle in order to make demos and trailers. It's a totally different kind of development, because when you're just trying to make a game, like let's say over 3 years without making a demo or showing it to anyone, you give yourself a bunch of tasks and you do them in the order in which it would take to be the fastest at finishing the game. But when you're making a trailer or a demo, you have to think, like, there's so much extra work that you do that won't go in the full game, that's polishing this little section of the game that you're making. And it definitely took a lot of time out of development, but was absolutely necessary. But it's something I think we'll be better at for next time.
For Faded Grove, the biggest challenge was we ran into some game design flaws that we ran into. So we chose isometric because we love how it looks, but that also raises concern for accuracy on your position. So sometimes it looks like you're on the right in front of the block, but you're actually a little next to it in an actual position. And we chose the Sokoban style puzzle where you push it. So that creates that little discrepancy between where you're located. So it caused, when we received a lot of feedback that you needed more accuracy on this, it's impossible to get this block push. And we really wanted to fix it. We ran out of time to do it, so we tried our best to do it, but some of those design things that we need had to be considered early on. So if we had a isometric, we should have chose like a grid system more for compensating that accuracy issue or something like that. So those are the things that we really learned from developing it.
Very cool. It's definitely interesting to hear. On the opposite side of that, what has been the highlight of development, and what were your favorite moments of making these games? We can start with Republic of Jungle.
Yeah, I'll go. One of my favorite moments is that, like, first of all, early on in the lockdown, when we started playtesting and people were so eager because they were so bored, the fact that, like, after the games, when, like, we had fun and you could see that people were having fun, relate, give feedback, and you would feel that, okay, I got together with my friends and have played a game, and we meet that game. That was such a great experience and very fulfilling. And also, in terms of game design, there are ideas that we try, and some of them fail, but then there are some ideas that you add to the game and you play, and the idea actually, like, kind of expands by itself and shows itself and turns out to be much better than you originally even thought of. And that's, like, in game design, I really love that experience and that moment when you say, I designed this thing and I didn't even notice that it could be used in this way. And, like, what people and players do with that thing is really fun to watch and experience.
That's so cool.
A big highlight for us was going to conventions. Reactions very similar to Nega's today are really, really wonderful and motivating. And even though conventions can really wipe you out, and what I mentioned before about kind of digging into your development time, it's still completely worth it. And it's nice that we can still have things like this where we can get that type of face-to-face feedback. So that's nice. Favorite moments making the games, it's definitely very satisfying when you make exactly the thing you want to make and people agree with it, like they love it too, and it it's a great way of connecting with people. You're like, oh, I wasn't the only one. Everyone was waiting for this.
My favorite moment in game development is when we're working in teams. We have these great, beautiful ideas, but we're kind of have settled on this one thing to make, but everyone has their different vision for it. And there's this one moment where I can see that everyone's vision is aligned to, and we can see this final product together at like end goal. And that moment, it just kind of starts a fire where the developer just kicks off and just makes so much progress of it. Those kind of team like moments that I really enjoy of game development.
Yeah, me too. I saw that too in our game development. And I liked it when, we would all be noodling on a problem and then the solution would just appear and then it did exactly what we wanted to. The problem solving part was very rewarding to me as well as the team communication.
I think this is my favorite part of today, is hearing everyone talk about their favorite parts. Oh my gosh, I can't even begin to stress how amazing it is to hear the moments that excite you all and that energize you to keep doing what you're doing. And especially, I love hearing that players can be a part of that as well. I've definitely been that person at conventions that loses their mind and lets out happy shouts of joy when they see a new game in the little indiecade area that they're excited for. And it's really cool to hear that impacts y'all as positively as it impacts us as players. So thank you for sharing that insight on the positive aspects of things. I really appreciate that. I want to pivot just a tiny bit because, we are here for Seattle Indies in particular. So I'm kind of curious, how has the Seattle Indies community helped and influenced the game development process for you all? And why don't we start with Jungle?
Yeah, so the first thing that comes to my mind is the feedback we got after the game submission to 6. The feedback is very detailed and it was very useful for us. It was so cool to see that the judges played the game and got so deep into the game that could see issues that we were also thinking about, and even see nice things that you have to play the game a lot to find out about. And the feedback form that we received was very good. We created tasks based on those. We addressed a lot of them, and we're still working on a bunch of other ones. That's one thing that comes to my mind. The other thing is that the support we get from the community. We're a small team, right? It's only 3 of us working on Republic of Jungle, and we don't have expertise in all the game development fields. Moin and I are game designers and programmers, and we have an artist on the team, but we don't have any experience in regards to marketing and business aspects of things in game development. And we have a specific channel on Seattle Indies Discord that people give us advice, tell us about different things, and we learn a lot from people who have more expertise in these areas than us.
And I just want to add on that feedback thing. That's just, you have no idea how valuable and how amazing that is, that people actually play your game. And it's so hard to get thoughtful, meaningful feedback on an early stages of the game, especially a party game. It's feedback has a spectrum of kind of pure trolling all the way to very deep hardcore feedback about a very specific feature, but getting a cool deep feedback with someone who is intentional, being constructive about it and has understood the game and gave you something that you already think, that's amazing. And I want to thank all the volunteers and all the jurors that actually took the time and did that. Please don't take that away. I know some of the conventions used to give feedback and don't anymore, as far as I know. And please don't take that away. That's amazing.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. That the feedback stands out when we compare the submission that we do to other conventions. We don't get that much feedback, and this detailed feedback form is great. Keep doing this, guys.
Yeah, I'll ditto that completely. most places don't give the feedback like that. And not only was it feedback, but everyone seemed to be on the same page of giving just really wonderful, detailed feedback. And the local meetups are just really helpful for between con seasons. They seem to put all the cons at one time, and then you have a chunk of time where you don't really see anyone. And Seattle can be really difficult to actually meet up in person with people, so anything that facilitates that is super helpful.
Yeah, I think everyone covered a lot. I personally have experience. When I was in a really deep, hard shader problem, I actually uploaded the question on the Discord, the Seattle Indies, and I actually got a lot of help, and I was able to find a good solution through it. So, yeah, that's my experience.
Yeah, my experience is that Seattle Indies is really involved with the school. We're with AIE, and so I would get to talk to a lot of people just at school. I wouldn't even have to try; they were just there. So I really appreciate that they work with AIE for the students.
Man, y'all are making me want to move to Seattle. That's my takeaway from today. My goodness.
They're good, it's a cool place. There are others. I mean, there's the rain, but no, it's great. I love Seattle.
I was going to say, I like rain. That's my complaint about LA is I don't get enough rain here.
Oh, you'll love it here. Come on up.
I was going to say, I think I'm going to have to plan a trip after all this. So I'm definitely planning that in the back of my head now. But before I go too deep down the Seattle rabbit hole, we did have a couple questions come through from chat that I want to make sure we get to as well. This one I love because I'm really curious about it as well. This is for everyone. What are your go-to snacks or drinks when you're up late doing a deep dive into solving a problem?
Well, if no one wants to say it, I'll say it. I love to drink kombucha because it has just enough caffeine that it doesn't keep me too buzzed, but it will keep me alert. And it doesn't have a ton of extra calories usually, unless you get the really juicy kind. I love kombucha, and then I eat walnuts, just like brain food. I try to keep it, not food that's going to make me crash.
I was frozen with indecision because I think I oscillate my snacks a lot because I always get sick of them. I've been eating a lot of high chews. That's a good one. I just need flavor. Cheez-Its, Oreos, cheese balls. Really like cheese balls. Not you're thinking powdered cheese balls. I mean mozzarella fridge cheese balls.
Oh, okay.
They're great. They make you feel good, and you're like, okay, I didn't eat candy all day. It just filled myself with a lot of cheese. I'm Midwestern, so that seems my go-to.
Gotcha.
I mean, my go-to drink is hot black tea. But for snacks, I don't really care. Whatever I can get my hands on, I'm good with it.
I'm also a tea person, but not to advertise it, but I get a lot of mileage out of Red Bulls when times are tough. It's not really a snack, but it sometimes helps me to get things done.
I've actually been making milk tea at home, like you would get at a boba tea place. I just do black tea and then cream and sugar and stuff. It tastes really good.
That sounds so good.
That's it. It's amazing.
I didn't expect today to make me hungry, but here we are. We're gonna wind down with a rumbly tummy on my part, and I'm gonna go make some tea after this. Does anyone else have any? I don't want to cut off anyone who wanted to share snacks. Are we good?
I mean, when it comes to snacks, Cheez-Its are always a good choice. I am going to try those mozzarella balls now, though, and I didn't know that I could hear my stomach that loudly. It's amazing.
Mine is Diet Mountain Dew.
A true gamer.
Mountain
I was
Dew.
wondering when someone was gonna shout out Mountain Dew. So thank you for checking that bingo square for me. We do have quite a few more questions for everyone here, but I do want to make sure we get this one question in regards to Calico. This question is, do the animals make noises? Since we couldn't hear them during the stream, imaginations were running wild.
Yeah, so we have full sound effects, and that includes meows and barks and us trying to figure out what to put for a red panda. Is great. But yes, all of the animals have animal noises.
I love it. We did have a question that if for everyone here, if you could work on any game or project or franchise across the board, past or present, what would you choose?
Well, I love that game company, the game company that made Journey years ago, and they make a game called Sky, which is a mobile game. I just really love they have just a really thoughtful philosophy behind their games, and it seems like they would be really like nice and relaxing to work with, but also challenging. I would work on whatever game they're making because their stuff is so pretty.
Actually, if I were to say like dream studio to work on, definitely that game company. And if I could do dream game, I feel like it would probably. It's hard to pick between like Zelda and Harvest Moon. One of those two.
I love Harvest Moon. Yes. That makes me so happy.
Mine was 100% World of Warcraft. I'm a big RPG player. Yeah, my favorite game of all time. It was 100% easy question for me.
Usually when I think about like what games I would have loved to work on, I usually think of indie games, other indie games. Like my two favorite indie games are Undertale and Papers, Please. Those are the games that I would have loved to have worked on.
Same here. I love a lot of games that I think I wouldn't have enjoyed working on them. But there are some indie games out there, especially recently. One of the games that I played is Outer Wilds, and it just seems like a game that it must have been a lot of fun making that game. Kudos to the team that built it. I actually don't remember the name, but it was such an innovative and fun experience.
Can I say a weird tangent of an actual game I would have loved to work on? Because I said that game company before, but I also, this is like totally like a different attitude and whatsoever, but I really liked Layers of Fear. That if you've ever played that, it's a psychological horror game. I love psychological horror games, and that game in particular, the materials and how like they distort reality using shaders and materials. I love that game.
So good. I'm so glad you mentioned it because I want more psychological horror games like Layers of Fear. Just directly into my veins. Just give them to me now.
Me too.
Definitely. So I think we're going to be wrapping up here in a second. Before we do, though, can we start off with Republic, Calico, and Faded Grove, and can you just tell us where we can keep in contact with you guys or keep up to date with the games and your productions? Because I'm sure not only we want to keep in touch with you, but our viewers definitely want to stay invested into all of these games.
For us, go to republicofjungle.com. All our social media links are there. Republic Jungle is our handle on Twitter. But if you go to republicofjungle.com, we have all the social links, and we have also an email list where you get access to our alpha version, and we send you all the updates and unfinished art and share the dev process there.
For Faded Grove, our itch.io page will be the best one. We will always post any updated versions or anything that comes up that will be on itch.io page.
Our best place is Twitter. That's where you can get updates at Calico Game. And then if you want to wishlist us on Steam, that's the best way to support us. That helps a ton.
Perfect. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for being here with us this weekend. Thank you for showcasing these wonderful games. I know I am super excited. I'm sure everybody in chat is. We are unfortunately going to have to close out for the day, but again, thank you guys so much for being here. We appreciate you so much. Huge shout out to Six Online, to Seattle Indies for this. Huge shout out to Kenley as well and SOBA for being behind the curtains and helping us bring this all to you guys here viewing. And we hope that you will come back again and see us for some more amazing games. We're also going to be shouting out and going for a straight raid. Give Longtran a huge, huge follow. He's a great streamer. Give him some love, and we'll see you guys again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so
Thanks,
much.
guys.
Bye. Thank you.
Take
Bye.
it easy.
Bye.
Find her mentor petrified, and the once vibrant wood she loves bereft of color. Step into the worn-down boots of a veteran adventurer and restore color to her home in the Faded Grove by AIE Seattle Seniors. What do you get when you bring a microprocessor to a night fight? A deck-building, sword-swinging tactical adventure. Meet the Floppy Knights. Tangible projections summoned from floppy disks. Earn cash and perhaps save the world by Rose City Games. The ocean depths are full of mythical monsters and treasure. Experience an adventure survival game with a world-scale ocean sim like you've never seen before in Breakwaters by Soaring Pixel Games. Gather your friends and rain fire on your foes in the Dragon vs. Dragon MOBA Tournament of Tamers by Bug Gaming. Choose from 10 unique dragons and take to the skies in flying combat that will take your breath away. Welcome to Republic of Jungle by Gerdu Games, the greatest nation on Earth and the land of the truly free, where all animals are equal and nobody preys on anybody. The truth is under attack by all sides, and your judgment will decide the fate of the country. Looking for a low-stress community sim with magical girls, cat cafes, pastries, and most importantly, cats? In Calico by Cat Bean Games, journey to a magical village, make fantastical friends, and pet all of the cuddly creatures. Agatha has returned home, only to find her mentor petrified, and the once vibrant wood she loves bereft of color. Step into the worn-down boots of a veteran adventurer and restore color to her home in the Faded Grove by AIE Seattle Seniors.